Jesus.
We're live.
Hi.
Hey, kitties.
Woo!
Good. Hey, kids.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. This is All the Stars in the Sky. We're on season 3. Who desperately needs the fate and would like to give us a recap for what happened last week?
Benji.
I mean, it's true, but also...
Okay, like, it's either Kira or Benji almost every single time.
It's mostly because my luck is really, really shitty, usually. Dichotomy loves me right now.
I don't want to talk about it.
We haven't started rolling yet. You have no idea if that's true.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend, okay?
I mean, whatever helps you sleep.
Nothing helps me sleep. But I do need the fate. So
I was going to say that's literally true, both in-game and out-of-game.
nothing helps me sleep. But I do need the fate. So
Take it away.
all right. So after having some people started to kind of meet up, everyone got called, and we ended up meeting up in the kind of cafeteria, food tent area place that is at Haven, which is what we have named the tower we seize control of out in the RQZ. We ended up talking with Greg's mother, Martha, if I remember correctly. And
You guys
part of the
have
discussion...
known Martha for a long time.
Some people have been super conscious about that. Some people have not been super conscious about that. I'm playing someone who is not.
Benji would be, because during your time half awake, she was one of the people that you were protecting.
Yeah. Yeah. But Martha kind of pulled everyone together. Lincoln was out going and dealing with his car, and kind of gave everyone the rundown of some of the things that need to happen. One of the things that needs to happen is the control room inside of the radio tower kind of needs to get assessed. We need to figure out how and what we need to do in order to be able to repair it, because we're going to need to do supply runs, and things are a lot more difficult to get hands on out in the RQZ because there is a turf war, and the turf war has mostly been won, and unfortunately it has not won necessarily in what we would consider our favor. The southern area, in the southern part of perhaps even more than just in the RQZ, it could be even further out, which would be terrifying, seems to have fallen into the hands of the infection, and the northern part seems to have primarily been secured on behalf of Speakaspawn. And we're kind of a midpoint. And one of the things that we're going to look at doing is, if we can repair the broadcast tower, we should be able to do two primary things. One, strengthen and be able to have good connectivity back into Redacre, because right now, with the networks down and Chorus throwing its hissy fit, it's really, really hard to have signal and be able to communicate, and that communication needs to get up before the deliberative is going to be able to happen. The other thing that we can also do once we get the tower repaired is basically make it into a beacon, a rallying point, so that other people who are awake out in the RQZ know a place where they can be safe. There are a number of folks who are currently in Haven at the moment, some of the new awakened hosts, some of the people who have been rescued. There are some kids who were fleeing Redacre who are there now too, apparently. And Haven is going to hopefully turn into its name and become a safe haven and a bastion for being able to have a rallying cry out in the RQZ and start kicking probably some hornets' nests. The other thing that we realized we needed to do was we needed to hunt Angelo. Dear beloved Angelo must be hunted down. And so a couple of folks, Wraith, Baxter, went off to go kind of listen and start tracking and seeing if they could find. And so Wraith and Baxter went off and started to realize that, yes, they could find Angelo. And in fact, Angelo found them. Angelo and friends found them, because the group had kind of split up. Benji and Aurelia went as Aurelia figured out a place that she thought was pretty likely to be a nesting area, maybe some part that had gotten skipped, but from what her study of the maps had been. So Aurelia was leading Benji, and they were looking for some place that they might hole up. They found it, unfortunately. Wraith and Baxter heard a couple of them. Kaede heard them as they started to head in. Jean managed to save Izzy from getting either abducted or fucking murked by, I believe it's what, Eduardo?
Izzy was attacked by Edward. Yes.
Edward. So Edward almost could have hurt Izzy, which would obviously be not only terrible, but one of those blood boiling infractions, or could have kidnapped Izzy, which would have also been very terrible. But Jean managed to save in time. Jean is working with a couple of the other hosts that are kind of rallying, and they are trying to pull Edward down, I think, from the vents to prevent Edward from being able to completely escape. Wraith and Baxter found one. Wraith is using a flashlight to attempt to disable or electrocute or possibly ride, I believe, Angelo. And Angelo was heading back, and one did manage to attack Martha, but not kill her. So thank God we don't have to deal with telling Greg his mom's dead. And Benji and Aurelia did manage to find the nest and are in the nest, staring at what else is in the nest, which is really, really big with really, really big eyes, and is currently ripping apart one of the long Furbies that brought itself there because it thought it was slowing down, not realizing that Aurelia and Benji were hitching a ride.
Indeed.
Can I take my fate?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right. So, let us begin. But first, I must change the music. Lincoln.
Hi.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Not great.
Aw, why not?
Oh, well, it started off with work, and then I had to... Oh, wait, no, we're talking about the game. No.
I mean, Lincoln.
Lincoln doesn't know how he feels. Like, there's a step up. There's still a lot of hurdles that they gotta go over. But it's just... his mentality has reached a point where there's so much good and bad going on that it's all just kind of numbed itself out, and he needs to focus on something else.
Okay.
So that focus is gotta go get my car.
So while everybody else had been kind of taking some downtime and was just generally hanging out in the dorm, you left a little earlier in the day to head off to find your car, yes?
Yes, and I made sure not to do it alone.
Who are you with?
Well, one of the things he wanted to try and find was maybe a host or a individual that would have been okay with coming with him into the woods to pick up his car. He wasn't particularly picky on who.
So you had gone into the cafeteria or one of the other common areas to try to find some of the newer hosts that were hanging out and have somebody go back to your car with you.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and this is to determine how useful the person you find is. Go ahead and roll me a random. I'm sure it's fine.
Do I have to roll again?
Yeah, go ahead and roll one more time for me.
Okay.
And again.
Okay. Great.
Okay. You run into one of the or a couple rather of the injured skeptics that you have met recently. And they see that you're, getting ready to leave, and the fuck were their names? It's like, whatever. Okay, so you run into a couple of the injured skeptics that are with you, and one injured Taste the Wind host who agree to accompany you.
Great.
One of the dead skeptics introduces himself as Brian, and he is less injured than the other two. He's just got his arm in a sling. The other skeptic, who introduces himself as John, he is in a neck brace, and the Taste the Wind host who you meet is named... let's see which one of them you are with. You find Odd. His name is Odd.
Okay.
And he seems to be okay, but he is moving a little stiffly. And his shirt's a little bit lumpy, and so you suspect that he's pretty heavily bandaged under his shirt. But they agree to go with you to find your car.
Cool.
So you guys start to head out, yes?
Yes.
You make your way. Do you say anything to them, or do you just kind of walk on in silence?
I mean, depending on how long the walk is going to be, he would probably just try to bring up some small talk just to see, like, how they're doing, what got them into this mess. Like, just the general attempting to socialize, but knowing you're very bad at it.
Let's see how bad. Roll a rapport for me. Hey, it's positive.
It counts for something, I guess.
You start making small talk with these guys, and Odd tells you that he was with Charlotte's tribe, asks if you know which one Charlotte is, explains that he was here guarding a host of the Samaritan, and that host was kidnapped, and that once he is recovered, he has every intention of going and finding her. The two skeptics mentioned that they had come at the call of Sparrow. One of them mentions that he and Sparrow have known each other for a really long time, that he kind of owes her one, and that they think that she's going to wake up soon, but they don't know what state she's going to be in, and both of them seem kind of concerned about that. Your conversation with them is pretty amicable. Roll me a notice. Yes, danger sense.
Understandable, I guess. Thank you. Have a nice day. It's not the one that's been bumped up, so... Four sounds pretty good.
As you're walking and you're talking to these three guys, just kind of exchanging stories, because Wraith parked your car a ways out.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side of the highway, away from where a large swath of the forest has burned. You do see that a lot of the trees have burned. There's not a whole lot of cover around the base anymore. It serves a dual sort of a double-edged sword sort of situation where you can see things coming now a lot easier, but obviously you have less cover, and it's easier for them to try to get into the building without obstruction. Another thing you notice, however, as you're walking, aside from the fact that it has recently rained, is that there are depressions in the ground, as though footprints had been left behind. They're not full footprints, but they do look as if something had walked this direction recently.
Can I do an investigation on the footprints?
Sure.
Just to try to determine what they are?
Sure.
Okay.
They seem almost human, but it's almost like the bone structure is wrong, and it doesn't leave a full depression. It almost, rather than a footprint, it looks more like somebody had used something large to just kind of tamp down the ground. That or something much heavier was doing it, or was trying to keep its feet light, but was not very good at doing so. So something very big and very heavy, trying to obscure what kind of tracks it's leaving, but not able to obscure the fact that it had passed.
Can I attempt to do an insight check?
Sure. What are you inciting?
Previous experiences with Reavers and any markings or impressions that they left behind.
Go ahead and roll.
That's a 5.
From your experience, everything that you've seen, every Reaver you've run into, have been unequivocally human, but unequivocally fucked up. These prints were not left by Reavers. If you had to guess, these prints may have been left by an anomaly.
Hey, guys. Look, I know we're just going for a quick pickup, but just be on the watch. I think there might be an anomaly around where we're going.
The two skeptics look at you kind of with blank looks. They appear to be new to this scene. The Taste the Wind host just kind of clenches his jaw. Just one, right?
As far as I can tell, it's just this set of footprints. If you can get a better track on it than I can, I'll bring these two up to speed real quick.
Odd, the Taste the Wind host, exhales, kind of touches his chest for a minute just to test and see how much pain he might be in. Gives you a nod, and let's go ahead and roll his entry into stealth.
While Odd is doing that, Lincoln will take a second to huddle up with Brian and John and just give them the rundown of like what they've been dealing with, what an anomaly is, what a Reaver is, and basically everything that the Dawnbreakers have had to deal with up to this point in a very TLDR format.
A very abbreviated format.
Yes, it's an abridged format.
You've abridged the abridge. The two skeptics are staring at you kind of wide-eyed, mouths kind of agape, almost in disbelief, but after some of the shit they have seen since getting here, they can't exactly argue with you. And as you look back, you notice that Odd has vanished. Off to probably do some scouting. Taste the Wind hosts tend to just drop off the grid at the drop of a hat.
There's a click in Lincoln's tongue as he immediately tracks back to Wraith and goes, that explains so many things. Alright. My buddy said it was over this way.
From where you are standing, you can kind of see your car, or rather, you can see the glint of the sun off of your car's window, sort of through the trees off in the distance. So you know that it is ahead. Roll me another notice. Danger sense, yes.
Yeah, I'll take the 6.
Oh, look at that crit.
Yeah.
You full on see something pass between you and your car, moving behind the trees, but they obscure the vision of your car for a fraction of a second and are gone.
I don't like that. Can I do an investigation about around the perimeter of the car? I'm basically looking for like any traps or any sort of figure or creature in hiding.
Go ahead and roll me an investigate. you don't find anything specifically that is hiding. You do see more of those tracks. You get the actually roll me an insight.
Okay. Can I apply proof with evidence for this one?
Sure.
Okay.
You get the sense that whatever you had followed in this direction was here to investigate your car. Not particularly sure what it was, but something is over here checking out the vehicle and is either laying in wait or is still investigating and has not detected you yet. You're not sure if it is waiting for you specifically or just someone to come to the car.
Okay.
You also probably get the sense that now that whatever it is probably actively hiding from you, whatever it is probably didn't know that you were coming up front. Otherwise, it likely would have hidden its tracks fully.
I'm gonna take a second to get John and Brian to huddle up in some form of cover. And I'm basically gonna break it down. It's like, okay, we're not alone here. I think whatever was in those footprints before is here, and it was trying to investigate something with my car. I don't know if it was waiting for me or if it was waiting for something in specific, but if it hasn't shown its face, it's here and it was unexpected. So if you guys have any ideas on how we should go about this, I'm all ears.
John kind of grimaces, looks around, and immediately grabs a fallen branch. Since he's only in a neck brace and he has two hands, he picks up a bigger, heavier branch. Looks over to the other, his companion, Brian, and says, "So, do we want to maybe ambush this thing, or?" Brian looks down at his arm and looks back. I'm not really going to be much use in a fight right now, but I could be bait. Where'd what was his name? Odd? Where'd he go?
Probably out investigating. Tracker hosts, runner hosts tend to go off on their own when they're doing a tracking mission.
Ah, good.
So they're around. They're never far away. I'd like to do another investigation check, and I'd like to create an advantage.
Okay.
I want to try to find a point in the environment that we have that we can use to create a snare.
Okay, go ahead and roll investigate for me.
I would like to re-roll that. I will use... You know what? I'm going to use the aspect pro to disaster because I know how I get in these disastrous situations, so I should know what to look for. You know, it's better. I'll take it.
Like I said, motherfucker's out for blood. You do find kind of a small clearing a little bit off from the car, where the brush is still fairly thick here, and the trees are drooping sort of low, so you would be able to sort of fashion yourself some sort of snare, or maybe try to otherwise fashion an ambush to try to lure this thing in.
Okay. Over there. Over by the hillside there. You guys wouldn't have to have any spare materials I might be able to use to create a trap, would you?
If I'd have known we were doing anything besides walk into a car, and I would have brought my bag, but I didn't.
It's fair.
Brian grits his teeth and takes his arm out of the sling very slowly and holds the sling out. Here, use this.
And we'll take the sling. Alright. I'm gonna go try to make this snare. Be back.
All right, we'll wait.
Stay low.
And the two of them duck into the brush, and you go off to make a snare.
Okay.
Your phone buzzes.
As he's crawling, Lincoln will pull out his phone to read the message.
You get a text message from Ambria that says, "You guys alive?" ?
He'll type up a quick yes and then continue moving.
Okay. You make your way into the clearing. Go ahead and roll me a stealth.
He does. Uh,
Not bad at all.
I learned from the best.
Okay, you remain undetected as you slip into the clearing. And while remaining low, you're going to try to create a snare, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me the higher of mechanics or the higher of mechanics or burglary.
Okay. They're both at the same level.
And now roll me a random.
Yeah.
Okay. You get the snare set up. It takes a minute. You have to restart a couple of times, but you put the snare in place. You conceal it with, brush and leaves and everything. And you are confident that it is a fair snare. You're not 100% sure that it's going to be exactly what you need, but at the very least, it might stagger it for a while and give you the opportunity to deal with it, or try to. What do you do?
I'm gonna take one last quick notice around to see if anything's moving, or investigate if you're willing to allow that.
Go for it. Roll it.
Okay. Ooh. Nasty.
You don't see anything immediately, but fortunately, so far, nothing else has seen you.
All right, he's gonna make his way slowly back to Brian and John. And okay, so snare set, it's over there. I marked it with these leaves. So I think one of us should go to the car, and whatever happens, if something tries to come launch at us, we run that direction. Remember to avoid the snare. How fast are you guys?
Well, I'm still pretty fast. John kind of looks down at his arm, pauses for a moment, takes off his overshirt, and then ties his arm up just as kind of a makeshift brace.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I got this, I should be good.
Okay.
Brian. Brian does that. John kind of, without able to look down at the neck brace that he is wearing, just kind of sighs.
Lincoln kind of gets to the point, and he's like, just, we'll be on backup in case something shows up, and you'll be able to swing that big branch first, all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So John kind of hefts the branch and gets low and gets ready. And Brian gets to his feet. He was crouched down. He gets to his feet and takes a real deep breath and heads towards the clearing. Lincoln, roll me another notice. No danger sense. You do not notice him approach, but there is suddenly a voice in your ear. There's two of them. They're just checking your car out. Hi, sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. I still gotta get this thing. Okay. We set up the snare trap over there on the hillside.
Okay. So, I couldn't see one of them, but I could hear it.
What did it sound like?
Like, I can't describe it.
Was it like some ominous humming that had to have whispers around them?
Kind of.
Probably means that there's a cipher in it.
Well, not like, I know what those are. It was almost like breathing.
Has Lincoln run into anything like that in the tower?
Not in the tower, but you know something invisible.
Is there an insight check that I can make on like the shape?
Sure.
Like, is this exactly what he's talking about?
Roll it. It's a safe bet.
Okay. So there's a chance that it could be a shape.
What?
Another abridged of the abridged version of explaining what the shape is to a skeptic friend. Basically, if you close your eyes, you see this big orange dude that really wants to put you to sleep into a song. It's not a good time. I also just don't recommend closing your eyes here.
Both John and Odd are staring at you, kind of horrified.
The
It's like-
talking heads have a very fond fascination of invisible pets.
Ah, shit.
If he had tea, he would sip it right now.
Okay. All right. Cool. I'm gonna go back up and I'll see if I can lure it off. Can it be killed?
No. Well, we can be stunned, but won't have any real way of killing it.
I don't like that.
Yeah. How do you think I felt? I've had to deal with it for 2 years.
This sucks.
Yeah. Trust me. Welcome to the bandwagon. Alright. Lincoln's gonna turn his attention back to, I believe it was Brian that made his way out, or was it John?
Brian is the one who made his way into the clearing. Brian's the one with the arm in the sling, and so he's not able to wield a weapon, but can be bait.
Okay. I'm gonna also preemptively just prepare Lillian's hunting knife, just in case.
Okay.
And until then, I'll hold in action until Brian does something and anything happens.
Okay. Brian steps into the clearing, carefully maneuvering around the snare and not being quiet. He's making a fair amount of noise, and you can hear him from here. At this time, everyone please roll me a random.
I'm sorry.
I don't wanna. I'll be honest.
I refuse.
Oh!
They're just-
Oh!
No!
Oh no!
I just.
Fine. It's not a.
Hey, Aubrey, what was that you were saying before?
Dichotomy loves me because it's technically high.
Okay, but there's
It's more than 5 outside. You can't fuck with me. Wait, no,
Oh,
shit,
okay.
it's not.
No, it is
No!
That is not how math works.
Oh.
Are we
Hang
rolling
on.
per player or per character?
Her character.
What? Do I have to roll again?
Yes.
But Kira's asleep.
Payday, roll again.
He's involved.
Dear gosh.
Hey,
Let's
look
go,
at that.
Baxter. We the 600s.
Okay. Look at that, guys.
Dance roll again.
No.
De-
Hey!
Devin rolled
Wait,
my
hold
highest,
on.
and he's currently passed out on a couch somewhere. That's great, Devin. That's great.
You take it.
Gene,
Wait a
you narrowly evaded a second tick.
Yeah, no,
Oh
but
God, I did.
hold on, Tara. I
Yes?
think our roll is high.
It is, in fact.
That's easy.
Hey,
Ignore the tick.
there's no ignoring the tick.
I've already added the tick to the counter, so, you know. You guys already have a full-on strike, and this is episode 2, so.
How many do you have again?
This is not the place to compare and contrast Hail
Do
Satan.
you really want to antagonize the GM with a migraine right now? Because I could just roll your tick as a fucking strike if you'd like.
No, we're good, yo.
Yeah, we're good.
That's what I
Please don't do
fucking
that.
thought.
Anyway,
Oh my God.
This is to determine whether or not it is good for you what happens next. Because this affects all of you, and so your luck is collectively pooled. As Brian steps into the clearing, making a fair amount of noise, the branches and snapping of twigs alerts you and Brian to the arrival of something else. As the snare snaps and an anomaly is caught in it. You hear Brian sort of gasp as this thing comes towards him and then is caught in the snare. And he takes a step back and shouts, "It's here!" What do you do?
Well, I'm going to take John with me closer to the car. You probably have a better chance of escaping as soon as we're in the car itself, because I don't have time to investigate to see if they actually found anything. From a glance, does it look like Odd has anything on him, on his person? Like, that can be equipped and can be used at a range?
Not really. It does not look like he is fairly or very equipped to do much more than scout.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do then. I'm gonna move to the car. I'm gonna go over the hood, Dukes of Hazzard style. I'm gonna open up the
Okay.
driver door, and I'm gonna pull out the hunting rifle.
Okay.
I am not a good shot, but if there is someone there that is a better shot and sees Leakin setting this up and wants to take over, they are more than welcome to.
Odd, reaches for the gun.
That's a good idea.
What is your shoot?
Flat.
Yeah, he's got better shoot than you. He's got shoot 4.
I'm a fighter, not a shooter. Shooting is Wraith's job.
Okay, he takes the hunting rifle. Is this the hunting trank gun?
Mm-hmm.
He loads around and takes aim and takes a shot. The shot rings out, the anomaly goes silent, and Brian sprints towards you as he hears the creature sort of hissing and snarling as it passes out, and sprints towards you and the car. We gotta go, we gotta go!
I'm gonna make sure everyone loads in first, and then I'll take the helm and I'll try to turn on the car. Hopefully they didn't fuck up with the engine.
Your good luck means that your car is running right now.
Cool. I'm putting it into second gear and I'm flooring it.
Okay. All three of you, or all four of you rather, load up into the car and go. And at this time, we are now going to go back into turn order. Lincoln, what's your notice?
His notice is a 2.
We're going at the end of the line anyway. Chance is still dead to the world.
Yep.
The last thing that happens, Lincoln, before we cut away and see what Angelo's up to, your phone buzzes again. A message from Ambria pops up that says, "Need to talk soon."
I'm going to give the best response that any women in distress loves. Okay.
Fortunately for you, her distress is not directed at you. All right. We return to turn order. Remove some extraneous data. There you go. Wraith.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi, how's it going?
you're riding this thing, yes?
Save a horse, ride a cowboy.
This is not a cowboy.
It could be in a different life.
Angelo is going to try to buck you off.
Don't do that.
Angelo is also raging still.
Oh no. That is unfortunate.
So are you trying to hold on, or are you going to try to land instead and avoid this thing trying to hit you?
He's holding on.
Okay, so you're going to roll an athletics for me to maintain your hold against his physique to knock you off. Difficulties of 4. Just as a reminder for everybody, there are some new rules that are now in effect. Remember that you cannot boost up front any longer. You may boost in the rear, or you can re-roll. You cannot do both. You can only do one of those options per roll. Cool?
Cool.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna roll and then I need a minute.
Okay.
And I need to take care of something super fast.
All good. Okay. Angelo fails to buck you off. Angelo is going to hold his the rest of his action to see what the others in the hallway do. That includes Martha and there was somebody else here. I forget who.
Coyote, isn't it?
No, Coyote is with Alphonse.
Alfonso.
Baxter.
Baxter's here. That's right. Okay. Aurelia, we're gonna have you and Benji act at the same time. So you're gonna hold for just a little bit. Because you guys you're somewhere fun, right?
Sure. Is that what we are lying to ourselves about now?
Sure. I mean, it could be fun. It just depends on your definition of fun. It's fun for it.
I'm very happy for it.
We will come back to Aurelia. Aurelia and Benji, I'm going to have you two act together on Benji's turn. Just for this particular round, and then we will put you back in your proper turn order. We will come back to... Oh, you here?
I'm here.
Okay. Angelo held the rest of its turn. It wants to see what Martha and Baxter are going to do. And otherwise, Angelo has failed to dislodge you from its back. What do you do?
He's just gonna push the flashlight on the spike some more and just try to electrocute it.
Go ahead and roll me a physique. We'll see how far you're able to shove that thing in.
He's a 5.
You hear a snarling, almost screech, electronic, and horribly horribly degraded quality sound sort of issue forth from this thing, and you see that all of the heads on the chain that is Angelo, all of their tiny beak mouths open up and shriek at the same time in pain.
That sounds like it looks horrifying.
It does. Angelo has taken the situation aspect electrified. It will roll its next action with disadvantage. You do anything else?
He's gonna sort of lean in and try to buckle down on this thing. Like, he's not planning on letting it go.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me one more athletics just to reestablish your hold, and we'll this is just to see how tightly you're holding on to it by the end of your turn.
Okay. Let me actually check something, because I forgot I have Unstoppable going right now.
Yes, you do. For the purposes of Unstoppable, this is considered climbing, so you can use the climbing bonus from Unstoppable for this, as opposed to the running bonus.
Okay, that's a +2, right?
What level are you at?
4.
I think it is a +2.
Hooray!
You are not letting this thing go, but you can tell that your hands are going to be in kind of bad shape by the end of this. You're probably going to need to get some medical attention when you're done here.
Yeah, it's okay, boys. I got it.
Yeah, okay. All right. Anything else Wraith wants to do? You do have your free action left. You can talk shit if you like.
He's actually gonna yell at the others to not touch it, because it's probably going to shock them.
Okay, so you shot that to Baxter and Martha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Baxter, you have been alerted. Don't touch this thing.
Yep.
That is Wraith's turn. Alex, you have no idea that this is happening.
She does not.
You're in the control room getting investigation underway into what needs to happen in order to get the tower back up and running for the cell tower, so that you guys are able to establish broadcast out here and hook it up to the pirate network, basically, that is running out of Redacre. You were able to determine a fair number of the parts that you think you're going to need, and then you started working on some of the damage that had been left behind. It looks like somebody had taken like a hatchet or something to these cables, at least in this part of the control room. And you're just working away at trying to get that put back together, yes?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your mechanics again.
I'm doing the most thrilling of things.
It's better than being eaten by a sentient Furby. So you get your tools in there, you strip some of the wires, you cut away the damaged parts, you start threading together the wires that are still working, bypassing anything that would be, causing any other problems with the radio feed and the tower feed, and you continue to work. Behind you, there are a couple of the other adults that are kind of in the area that are just watching the cameras, and one of them murmurs to the other, "Go ahead and roll me a notice. Let's see if you pick up their conversation." You hear them murmuring to each other. It's not that they're trying to not talk to you or hide what they're saying from you. It's more that, like, they're not sure what's going on, and so they're speaking in those hushed tones in that way that one does when you're not trying to cause a panic, you know? And one of them leans over and whispers to the other, "Is there something weird with the feed, or is it just me?" The other one looks at the camera feed, kind of tilts his head. "Is it looping? It might be." And they continue to kind of murmur back and forth to each other. They don't sound really alarmed yet, but you can tell that they're getting ready to start digging in and see if there's something weird going on with the surveillance. So you are now aware that something weird might be happening with the surveillance, but nothing yet seems out of the ordinary, at least not that you're aware of.
Okay.
Do you do anything else?
She's gonna keep on working for now, but also kind of like pay attention to what we're talking about, since they're probably more skilled in AV stuff to be looking at that than she is.
Okay. It's Alex's turn. Jean,
Yeah.
you yanked this thing out of the ceiling, didn't you?
Yeah.
It's mad.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
It sort of limps. It is not doing well. It's very, very damaged, even beyond how horrible it looked before, being an amalgam of disembodied and gutted toys. A couple of the baby doll heads and a couple of the Furby heads roll on the line, and you can see that, like, the cabling that tethers these things together is moving in the way that sort of looks like muscle tissues contracting and stretching, and they turn, all of them, to look at you, each of them with their horrible eyes fixed on you, flickering red, and all of the electronic voices say in unison, "We want to live." And then it attacks you.
I don't think this is a stare down I'm gonna win.
Roll your defense. And just as another mechanics reminder, defenses, you must roll either physique or athletics to dodge or block. At this time, nobody is able to use fight for parry because you must learn how to do that. That's a thing that you can't just know how to do.
Gotcha. It's gonna physique. And it's a 4.
You take 1 shift of damage. You can take that as physical stress if you've got the 1 box open still.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and mark it on your sheet. You kind of throw your arms up at the last second as this thing flails its tail at you. It smarts as it whacks against your forearms, but ultimately it doesn't do a ton of damage. It just kind of stings. As it flails around again as though trying to reorient itself, a lot of its mechanical spider legs are broken and kind of dangling at odd angles on it, and so it's not able to move very well. You've beat the shit out of this thing. You and the rest of the hosts in the room with you that you called to action are all just kind of pinning this thing in. That is Edward's turn. Kaede.
Yeah.
You are fighting Alphonse.
Yeah.
You still have Unstoppable going, at least for another, I think, 2 rounds. What do you do?
I'm gonna hit him.
Just gonna punch it?
Yep.
Go ahead and roll your fight. It takes 2 shifts of damage.
Do I look like I'm hurting it at all?
You do, actually, yes. It doesn't look like it has taken all of the damage that it can take. Parts of it have started to break off. You're starting to see through the plastic shell that it kind of had around itself to the wires and the mechanical pieces inside of it that are operating it. And as they start to crack bits and pieces of it away, you see the eyes. Actually, roll me an empathy, Kaede.
It's supposed to be a 2 or a 3.
Go ahead and reroll. You're not sure what it is, but there is an almost humanly emotional quality to the way its eyes are looking at you. As if
Okay.
it is afraid.
Okay. Can
Each of-
I put?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go
Can I
ahead.
put some distance between me and this thing?
You can try to back away from it a little bit. How much distance do you want to put? If you try to move more than 5 feet away from you, or 5 feet away from it, it gets an opportunity attack.
I can't take damage right now, so
You cannot, no. But it can still try to close that distance again.
yeah. Where am I at? Am I in a hallway?
You're in a hallway, so you're in a hallway that is kind of perpendicular to where Wraith and Baxter and Martha are with Angelo. Holy shit. You're fighting Alphonse. So you're probably about 50 feet down the hall from the corner that turns to where Wraith and the others are.
I want to try to pull it away from the others, but just like make sure that I still have its attention. If
You
that
can-
makes sense.
You do. So you can move it a little ways back towards the cafeteria. You can hear that there's something going on from the cafeteria itself as well. Sounds like there's some kind of commotion going on in there, but you're a little more than 50 feet away from the cafeteria, so you do still have some room to move on either side, depending on which direction you want to try to pull it.
Away from the cafeteria. I don't want it to get any ideas.
So you want to pull it a little further down the hallway towards where Wraith is at.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll your athletics. And it will roll its
one-
contested athletics.
Fuck. What did I boost? Athletics. Cool. So 4, 6.
Remember that you have Unstoppable running.
So that give me +2?
You're level 4 Unstoppable?
Yeah.
Yes, +2.
Okay. So 8.
You put some distance between you and it. There's about 10 feet between you and it, and you move it about 15 feet down the hallway, closer to where Wraith is, but you still have about 35 feet before you're at the corner.
Okay, cool.
Do you do anything else?
Nope, I'm just gonna let it see what it does.
Okay.
And if I get in trouble, I'm in yelling distance for Wraith, so.
Okay.
Even though he's kind of busy right now.
He's doing things.
He's just hanging out.
Benji and Aurelia.
Yes?
The two of you are in a large chamber. It is very dark. All there is for light is a low, dim red light, sort of bathing the entire chamber. You are holding on to what is left of Anthony. As the large sort of leg had come up and speared it in the head and is now dragging it towards the nest. I need 2 things from both of you.
Uh-huh.
First, please both of you roll me a will save.
Ah. Okay. That's a big number.
Hot damn, Aurelia. Benji,
Yes.
do you want to keep that?
Will I need to try to re-roll, or would a boost help?
A boost will be enough. Your difficulty is a 4. You can meet it with a boost.
I am going to boost then.
What do you boost with?
Always take a stand.
Okay, go ahead and burn your fate. Mark it as reroll or as boosted.
Done.
The two of you have the wherewithal to let go. That is why you needed to roll your will save. Because as you enter the room, an oppressive, almost silence presses in on your ears. But it's not true silence. It is the absence of sound in a way that conveys that the sound has been devoured. It is there, but it is hollow and dead. And for an instant, you felt as though you could not let go, that you needed to hold on, that you needed to rejoin, you needed to come home. And then you snap back awake, both of you, and release. Yes? Unless either of you wants to take a ride into the nest.
No.
Are you sure?
There's Don't. You can get the scarf back later on.
That's something happened.
You gonna let the scarf go, Benji?
Ugh.
I hate this.
Oh god. Yeah, he'll let it go.
Okay. You let go, and what's left of Anthony is slurped almost like spaghetti into the nest, and you see it vanish into this massive pile of mechanical detritus. There are exposed circuit boards, wires, massive pieces of equipment that was shredded and torn apart, metal casing and plastic bits, metal joints, ball bearings, all kinds of crazy shit just kind of heaped in organized chaos as the shape of an actual bird's nest suddenly dawns on you as you're looking at this thing. The twigs made of wiring and poles and metal pipes, fluff and stuffing ripped out of what appear to be like the remnants of pillows. There's shredded fabric and shredded, just like stuffing everywhere. It is chaos, but it is organized chaos. What do the two of you do as the room falls silent again and still?
I have a question, actually.
Yes.
Benji and Aurelia have an aspect for working together.
Mm-hmm.
Can I activate that aspect but turn it into a situational bonus for both of us?
You may establish an advantage, yes.
Okay.
You're both going to establish?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Both of you go ahead and mark the aspect in question as having been boosted. You may add to your sheets the situation aspect. Which aspect are you using?
2 hunters can work side by side.
Okay. Add that situation aspect to your scene tracking. That will give both of you a +1 for the rest of the scene. Or the roles related to hunting and tracking.
Okay.
So notice, investigate, fight.
Notice, investigate, fight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have that marked down.
What do you do?
Benji's going to look over to Aurelia, see which way, since he's been following her lead because she was the one tracking.
Mm-hmm.
Scabby?
I hate it here.
Does it look like it's noticed us yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, are we going after this?
I don't know what's all inside of that thing. If we get too close, you know
My
what might
scarf,
happen, right?
for one.
Your scarf can wait.
What do you
It's
mean
not
it can
worth your life.
wait?
It's not worth your life.
Are there any things in here with all of the detritus and debris that can be used as an improvised weapon?
You want to get close enough to the nest to find out?
Can I stealth first?
That will be your free action. No, it will not. That would be your full action. You guys are still in turn order.
I know. The voices know where we are. So... Come on. Are we going after this now, or do we need to rally everybody else up here?
You know you're mean with those questions, right?
What?
You know that issue of mine.
Did the door close behind us?
Yes, it did.
So we can't leave anyways.
I mean, you could try the door. But you'd have to move over to the door and make some noise.
So basically, we're making noise either way.
Up to you.
Can you go over, see if the door is unlocked and if we can get back out of here? If we can't get out of here, then we're going to need to make sure that it doesn't send anything else past us.
I can do that, and you don't get all too close and up
I'm
personal with
not going to try to get my scarf back right now.
Thank you.
I'm just going to see if I can get a weapon.
Meeting back up in where we are standing right now.
Yeah. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, Aurelia, go ahead and roll me a stealth.
Was I able to get my second stack going of the feast?
Yes.
Good. Guess what I boosted?
Yeah, you boosted stealth.
The one thing I boosted.
You know what? At least he's not using Rise Against at the moment, okay? That's just a... Fuck! He's just using the skill that's basically risk-based. RTD, I hate you.
You are undetected. Aurelia, you sneak over to the door?
Yep, to check and see if it's unlocked or locked. Or
You-
blocked, whatever comes first.
You find that the door is locked. Benji, what do you do?
Well, Bungie's trying to get closer to it, because he's trying to get a good look at it and also see if he can spot anything far enough out to use as a weapon.
You're trying to get close?
Mhm.
Are you trying to be quiet about that?
Yes, he is.
Roll your stealth.
I am going to re-roll that.
I would.
Yeah, I'm going to re-roll. Can I re-roll with challenges or fun?
I will allow it.
Okay,
Burn your fate, reroll.
done.
You sneak closer, trying to be as silent as possible. Make your way over, and you do find there are a fair number of things that could probably be weapons. A number of metal pipes, different pieces of electronics that have been torn apart that could probably hurt somebody if you hit them with it. It really is, whatever you want to grab. However, as you get closer and start to inspect what is nearby, roll me a notice with danger sense.
Okay.
You notice two things. First, that there are dark smears of something on a lot of this stuff.
Like oil,
No.
blood.
The second thing that you notice is that the cables and the bits and pieces of pipe and casing are moving very slightly. You see a trail of this dark red smear that leads towards the heart where the low glowing red light emits from. You see a pair of figures laying in the center of this nest. The cables, the bits and pieces of broken electronics, they all start to move very slowly towards the bodies, covering them.
Were they recognizable?
And you hear the instrument suddenly swell from a great distance away. It's Martha's turn. Martha is wielding a lunch tray as a weapon, but at Wraith's call to stay back, Martha backs up a little bit, looks to Baxter, and asks, "Do you have a ranged weapon of any kind?"
Nope.
And you go get one.
I could, yeah.
Run and do that. And Martha will hold her action until after Baxter acts.
Okay.
Anthony is dead, and so we pass him on this turn order. That means, Baxter, it is now your turn.
Yep.
What do you do?
He's gonna go get his bow.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an athletics. Let's see how far you get.
I've also got Unstoppable on, don't I? We know I don't have it on yet.
No, you haven't used yours
But
yet.
I do have a 4 in it. So that's a +2, right?
That's a +1 to sprinting unless you turn on Unstoppable, and then you get a +2 on top of that.
Okay. So I have a 5 now.
You haul ass back, you sprint past Kaede and whatever the fuck that is. As it charges after her, it's not paying any attention to you. It is solely focused on Kaede. She has pissed it off. And you sprint back to the doorway, and you make it into the doorway of the dormitories, but not quite to your room. Do you do anything else?
I guess not.
Okay. Jean,
Yes.
your turn.
All right. So this thing, Edward, right? His name is
Mhm.
Edward.
Yep, you got Edward.
All right, Cullen. Let's
This
see
one
what
does
we can
not
do.
sparkle, though.
He does not. That's
does not.
No, that's. I'm kind of glad he doesn't. I'll be fully honest.
Although, generally, they only sparkle in sunlight. Do you want to let it outside to see if it does?
How close are we to the doors?
Not.
Okay. So that. Are there windows?
There are windows, yes.
Okay, so in relation to the cafeteria room, how big is it, and like what's the setup of it?
The cafeteria itself is kind of a semicircle. The kitchen forms the straight part of the semicircle, and then the rest of the cafeteria is kind of a large half circle. The half circle is, or rather, the cafeteria itself is on the second floor. It's in the same area as the dormitories. It is at the end of the building, but there are no doors out of here. There are windows, but it might occur to you that it seems really dangerous to have a cafeteria without an emergency exit.
Yeah.
There are several glass windows, however. All of the windows on the edge of that are set into the walls on the half circle are wide open. There is sunlight coming in. It is broad fucking daylight. And you are standing probably about 15 feet away from the closest window.
Am I closer to it, or is Edward closer?
Edward is a little closer to the windows.
Okay. Do I know, like, are these windows just like, it's just a window and then a sheer drop to the ground, or is there like a little like balcony patio area beneath it?
It is a straight drop to the ground.
And that drop is like what?
It's about 20 feet.
It's livable. Okay.
Are you going to jump out a window?
It's on the table.
Duly noted.
If I remember right, Jean, before he was led out of his room, he grabbed the executioner.
Yes, you did.
Okay, so I've got the executioner, I've got the half cape. What are the table and chair situation? Is it like, are these the tables like where the chairs are attached to the table, or are these just like steel chairs that are just?
The tables are round, and the chairs are not attached. They are basically just metal chairs paired with these like sterile metal tables with that, that lacquer coating on top. It's basically that kind of setup.
Okay. Jean looks to the other hosts that are with him and goes, we take the chairs, we lead to the window. And provided that it doesn't survive a long drop, we're done. Provided that it doesn't survive. And then Jean just pulls free the executioner and just goes into swing upwards to kind of like direct it towards the window.
So you're trying to herd it towards the window.
That's the goal.
I'm gonna have you roll me two things.
Okay.
First, roll me your fight.
All right.
And second, roll me a provoke.
Gotcha. Okay, so here's the fight. Wait, does the executioner still gives me a
It gives you +1
bonus? +1? Okay, so let me re-roll that then.
as your hero item. Also remember that if you're stacking right now, you also get the fight bonus from your stacks.
Got it. I am not stacking.
You might want to.
I don't have the. I don't. To stack, I need fate, right?
Yes, you do. Do you not have
Okay.
any? You don't have any fate already?
Yeah. Okay, so we went back as a reminder of last season. We got Aubrey donated the 1 fate from the recap to me. In that same session, I had to use it to save myself.
Yeah, but your fate regenerates
You
every time you take a rest.
Okay, so
You should have regenerated fate between those things.
all right, got it.
So you do have some fate.
Okay.
You between shit, you go back to the full amount of whatever your refresh is.
So you did get enough downtime to sleep and rest.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do that then. So the +1 to stack, and then the executioner is 2. So
Yep.
+6. Got it. Okay. So here's the fight, and then the provoke.
It sort of lashes its tail at you, but as you swing at it and shove it backwards, it starts to move back towards the window. And you move it about halfway between where it had been and where it is, and where the window is. So there's about 7 feet left to shove it back.
Got it.
As the other guys and the other girls that are with you, also grab these stiff steel chairs and also try to herd it back. And collectively, you move it towards the window. You do anything else, Jean?
Jean just kind of I guess, flourishes the executioner and goes, "I think I'm gonna win the stare down now."
All right. Lincoln.
Anna.
Alphonse didn't go.
You're right.
But yeah, the one I'm fighting didn't go.
You want him to attack you?
I don't care. I got
it will.
unstoppable.
Okay. We'll go ahead and have Lincoln take his turn. Alphonse will go. I believe you stunned it last time, if I'm remembering correctly, because you hit it with something.
Did I?
I think you hit it with dazing. I think you hit it with Daze Encounter.
I think I did.
I believe it is stunned. I have a stun on it in my notes.
Okay, then yeah, it's probably stunned. It's probably really pissed at me.
It is very pissed. So we will come back to Alphonse. Lincoln.
Hi. Again.
Doing, buddy?
You're having like a bat out of hell.
You get a final text message from Ambria that says call when you can, heading out on mission.
Cool. I'm on a mission right now. And it's well, he's just not looking at the phone right now. He's currently checking his surroundings. And then it clicks. Wait. Odd. You said there were 2, right?
Yeah, there was a anomaly thing and then the invisible one.
Is that alarming presence of sin readily sensible in ear ringing while they're driving?
Yes, it is. As suddenly your car lurches as something grabs your bumper.
Fuck!
It is not merely a shape that is behind you, Lincoln. It is the Angel. As Big Stompy joins the fray.
Fuck. I need to check my car's inventory. Fuck. Shit. Man, should have brought something. Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Don't pull a Connor.
Yeah, don't die.
Wow. Okay. So I'm gonna do a few things. First, I feel like this is a good enough situation to activate Bell's Anthem.
All right,
And
go
I'm gonna
ahead.
put my offensive skill into drive.
Okay.
Next, I'm going to apply in this situation because I'm trying to outrun something else rather than trying to catch up. I believe I need to use pedal to the metal for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd like to use a Lincoln specialty of I know my car.
Okay.
So
So you're trying to get out of the angel's grip.
pretty much, yes. If I lose a bumper, I lose a bumper.
Rest in peace, Bumper. Go ahead and roll your drive.
Okay.
You're rolling against the angel's physique.
So 2 there. Another 2 there. 9. And we're going to boost that to make it a 7. Or a 12.
Okay.
So that is a success with style.
Okay. You slam your foot on the gas pedal. Your car whines and your tires scream, and you hear the shriek of metal as your bumper rips clean off, and you peel out and out of the grip of the angel. Bye-bye, Bumper. The 3 guys in your car are panicking. What the fuck is that? What was that?
That was the angel!
The what?
The angel!
You said it was a shape!
Yeah, okay, look, there's a whole manifesto to this stupid thing, okay? It starts out as a shape, and when you piss it off even more, it turns into an angel. And if there's multiple of them, well, there's...
I mean, there's more than one?
Yes! Were you not listening?
Odd. I wasn't there, man! And off you peel and head away on the road. Where are you headed?
We are taking a long way because I need to make sure that everything else in my car is okay. So I'm basically doing my best to lose the sense of both the anomaly and the shape, or sorry, the angel in this instance, because this poor Camino can't get a fucking break.
Okay. You peel out and head off. Kaede, Alphonse clicks its beak at you. The beak that is facing you, at least. And you hear other clicking sounds as if the rest of its beaks are also clicking, but you're kind of focused on the main head. It is still looking at you with both anger and fear in its many, many, many eyes. And it sort of hisses.
She's not scared of this thing.
We want to live.
What did it say?
we want to live.
She looks confused. No, I don't think you need to.
It is unfortunately not able to attack as it tries to regroup itself. You're still out of its range to be able to attack it. It's still shaking off the stun from when you had knocked it back. And so Alphonse simply uses its turn to try to get closer to you. So it's going to roll its athletics.
Okay.
It is damaged pretty heavily, and so it's not able to move as quickly as it normally would want to, but it does start to close the gap. We return to the top of the turn order.
She is so confused.
Wraith, Angelo is going to try to hit you with its tail. It is rolling its attack with disadvantage, though, because it is electrified.
Ah!
Go ahead and roll your athletics.
Okay.
It is attempting to tail swipe you.
You stop that. Hold on, let me max. I am athletic. Can I stack?
Yes, you can.
Yay! Let me burn a fade out there. That goes down. And that goes up. Okay. I'm gonna hit that save button real quick. Okay. Yes. But roll in the right channel too. That should help. That was not the right number.
Correct. You want to re-roll that?
It really didn't make much of a difference.
I'll ask again. You want to re-roll that?
Would a boost be enough, or should I
You can boost. Your difficulty there is a 5. It's rolling with disadvantage, but it got 2 5s, so.
Well, how dare you? I will boost it with I'm going to boost it with Spider Monkey.
Yeah, go ahead and boost. You succeed.
Huzzah, take that.
And very narrowly avoid its very sharp, very knife-laden tail as it swings right past your head.
He's gonna look, he's like, was that a knife? This thing has knives? Oh, that was a knife.
It has 3, in fact.
I don't appreciate that.
It does.
Suspicious.
Unpleasant.
That too. Keep these things out of the kitchen. From now on, you are banned from the kitchen.
Alphonse, or rather, sorry, Angelo, unable to attack you properly or hit you, instead goes to move further, and so it charges towards Martha. It is also rolling athletics at disadvantage.
And I try to do a thing when it goes to charge.
It's not going very far. What do you want to try to do?
So, remember that pillowcase I have?
Uh-huh.
So, hypothetically, would I take that pillowcase and wrap it around Angelo with my free arm and attempt to steer him?
You're going to try to steer the long Furby.
I am going to use my pillowcase as reins. We are riding this bad boy.
I will allow it on your turn because it's a pretty hefty action.
Okay, understandable. Have a nice day.
That is Angelo's turn. Aurelia,
No.
what you doing? You found the door is locked, you turn around and you see Benji getting close, and then as Benji gets close, you notice that the nest has started to sort of writhe. What do you do?
Can I check if the door quickly has a lock that I could lockpick?
Go ahead and roll me a notice or an investigate, whichever's higher.
Let's see.
There is a sliding metal bar that has slid across in front of the door. There is a locking mechanism on that bar that is keeping it in place. So you could pick that lock, and then you will need to use physique to shove the bar out of the way.
Now, would it be enough to lockpick for now? Or would it re-lock again?
You're not sure. You're not
Right.
sure what has control of the door locking mechanism.
Yay.
It's fine. Surely.
Well, I will keep that in mind for later then.
Okay.
So Aurelia would probably try and head back towards Benji.
Okay. Are you in stealth still?
Kinda
Or
trying
rather,
to do
are you sneaking?
both. Like, trying to be quick but also stealthy, because she doesn't know if Benji's aware of this thing. Like, moving, because she can see a bit more than Benji, I think, because of the room being dark.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your stealth. Okay, you are undetected, and you're moving quickly, so go ahead and also roll me your athletics. Okay, you're making your way back to Benji. You see that Benji is looking at something. You're not quite sure what he sees. You're still a little ways back from where he's at. And you get a little bit closer. What do? You have used up your full action and your move action. You have a free action left.
Oh god. She might fuck herself over with this at that point, but she would probably call out to Benji at this point, trying to be not too loud, but loud enough for Benji to hopefully hear.
All right. What do you say to Benji?
She would not exactly say Benji's name. She would just be like, it's moving.
Aurelia, roll me a random real quick.
Oh boy. Look at this. There goes my luck again.
That's double digits too.
Never seen that 36 before in my life.
Did Aurelia hear the instrument, or was that only Benji?
That was just you.
Oh!
Oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm gonna continue drinking.
Uh,
That's fair.
Yeah, I didn't even cause that one. That one was just straight up G.
Aurelia and Benji, go ahead and roll me a notice real quick.
okay. Danger sense?
Yes.
Take my 8.
Does the situation aspect come into effect here?
Yes, it does.
Was it a +1?
As a +1.
Oh god, now I need to do that again. Once I can type that is.
you both sort of spot this at the same time as the nest starts to shift and writhe like coiling snakes or flexing muscle fiber. As Benji, the two figures that you had witnessed for a moment are covered by this massive mechanical musculature. And then beneath where they had been, where you had seen them, the ground opens up and you realize that it is not the ground, that it is another large metal case that was ripped off of something else and fashioned into an eyelid. As an eye opens and fixes on you. Aurelia and Benji, roll me an insight.
Oh god.
It only now dawns on you the shape of the nest, now that the eye has opened. It's not fully circular. It's ovular, in fact. Almond-shaped.
It's a fucking warded goddamn eye?
Made out of mechanical parts.
Oh, that's fucked up. I hate that.
Oh, fuck!
That's insane.
Hey, Wraith, your turn. What are you doing, buddy? You want to ride this thing?
Oh, I'm gonna ride it and use my panic-free action.
All right.
Okay, I'm done panicking now. Let's ride it.
Okay. Roll. Fuck. I don't know.
Athletics?
First, roll me a physique to maintain your position on this thing's back.
Okay. You on the Hydra's back. Okay. It's a 4.
Now roll me an athletics to renegotiate your position with respect to the fucking pillowcase.
He's a 6.
You are in position now. You are able to use your pillowcase as reins.
Hooray!
What do you do?
That's incredible.
How
Ren.
how high up am I?
You're a good 10 feet off the ground. It is kind of, its bottom half is on the ground and it is serpentine lifted its upper half up off of the ground and had been trying to shake you off.
Then he's going to pull on the reins before shifting his weight forward to DDT it into the floor.
Okay. This will be an opposed physique check as you are riding that Bronco, I guess.
I'm riding a Bronco. Jack would be proud. This is fine.
Your difficulty here is a 7.
This is not fine. We're going for it. Do I get a boost for momentum?
I will, because you are doing this by moving your body and trying to shove yourself, I will allow you to roll athletics instead.
Hooray! Appreciate you. Alright, now let's see if the economy appreciates me. I'm gonna re-roll it with... I need a 7. Let's see, hold on. Let me look. I'm gonna re-roll with Pursuit of Enemy's End.
Okay, go ahead and reroll.
Crit.
Almost.
Close enough.
That is close enough. You manage to shove your weight down and throw your momentum into it, and you force it to return back to being all the way on the ground. Roll me a physique to soak the impact.
Okay, I still have Unstoppable going though, yeah?
This is, I believe, your last round of it.
Yeah. Pretty sure you're right. The 2.
You feel the shock wave go through your chest as you hit the ground. You feel like the air should have been shoved out of your lungs. You're managing right now. You're gonna probably be pretty sore when this is over, but at the least you're not bleeding or disemboweled. So hey, call it a win.
Right. The win. Like,
Jesus
that
Christ,
wasn't
Ren.
good, but I got it.
Martha is staring at you, alarmed and horrified.
Like, this will be a problem later. Like, half an hour-ish. Maybe? I don't know. Where's Baxter?
He'll be back in a minute. He's going to get the gun. Or the bow.
I'm gonna try to hold this here. Attempts will be made. He gives her a thumbs up.
She's kind of brandishing the lunch tray as a weapon, not really sure what to do here. She's only got the one arm.
He's responding as normal humans would. This is fine.
Uh-huh, sure.
Greg owes me dinner.
Okay. That is Wraith. Alex, you are continuing to work in the control room. You are listening to the other hosts as they are whispering to each other about what the hell is going on. Are you just going to continue working on the cabling while you listen? You're muted, by the way.
I hit the wrong button there. Okay. So she'll work on that and try to get a sense, like, does she feel like there's any kind of particular hostile voice at play?
Not really. You don't feel like there are very many voices inside of the barrier who are not allowed to be. You can kind of feel the loose fading pockets of whatever was left of the infection, but it doesn't feel like anything else here is wrong, really. It's kind of a conflicting sort of sense.
I don't know if she would be able to have enough information to know something's going on to go out.
Not yet.
And so she's gonna keep on working and, like, listen to see if she can offer any help to them with working on the video stuff.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your mechanics again. Right. You have cleared away the majority of the damaged components that had been in this particular compartment. Rewired a lot of it. You can kind of hear that some of the power is no longer making that sort of hissing, fizzling, crackling sound in the rest of the cabling in the room. So you hear that this progress is pretty significant. You're making a lot of it, and you're getting rid of a lot of the damaged pieces. And as you're working and as you're listening, you continue to hear the hosts sort of talking back and forth. As one of them says, this video's on a loop. What the hell's going on here? And the other one says, oh God, it's been looping the whole time. As they start pulling apart some of the components of the computer that is feeding this monitor. Somebody wanted to throw us off for how long? What are we missing? Hold on. And they start reconfiguring the security feed.
And she'll watch that to kind of pick up on how they do it to kind of learn more new skills.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a lore to commit this to memory.
Can I, is that enough or do I need to boost it to get it to memory?
That's enough to commit to memory.
Okay.
You finish much of your work and you pause what you're doing to study as they start working on the security feed. Edward's turn. Jean, you are still trying to herd Edward back towards the window.
Yes, ma'am.
Edward attempts to lash back out at you and will attempt to attack you.
All right.
And roll me your defense. You can do athletics to dodge or physique to block.
I'm gonna do physique. Oh, that's fine.
You take 2 shifts of damage as it takes a swing at you with its tail, and you continue to move it back towards the window.
This hurts a little bit.
It stings, but you can take it. That is Edward's turn. Kaede,
Yeah.
you've got this thing. It's looking at you. It wants to live. What do you do?
Does she recognize the voice that it used?
It sounds like a Furby.
Okay. It doesn't sound like anything familiar to her.
Not really.
Okay.
It sounds like a Furby with its batteries dying.
Oh,
Freaking
lovely.
Furbies.
We want to live.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that a hard pass.
All right, what do you do?
Can I build my third stack?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna build my third stack. And I'm gonna punch it.
Roll it.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that's right. 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's not right. 9, 10. That's wrong. Because I have out home in a bar fight active. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 11, actually.
Go ahead and reroll.
Oops. There we go. That's better.
Kaede, go ahead and describe for us how you destroy this thing.
I don't. She'll probably just like punch it in the head and try to rip the wires out.
Okay. So you punch through basically its skull, you tear the wires free from the head, and the whole thing starts to unravel. The broken spider legs start flailing and flying out of the configuration that it was in, falling to the ground with a clatter, and its hissing, dying scream embeds itself in your memory as if a multitude of crying children were suddenly extinguished.
Oh my god.
Oh. You know, that'll just go in the back burner for all the trauma she's gonna deal with later. Can I try to make my way towards Wraith now?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me your athletics. That will be your move action.
That's fine. Let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 7. Plus 2 for sprinting, right?
Yes. You make it to the end of the hallway, and you're able to see around the corner, and you see that Wraith is driving this thing.
I see him riding this thing.
Yes.
It's got 18-wheel drive.
Do you have it? Are you good?
Yeah, no, I'm teaching him to heal. Everything's fine.
Okay, you're doing great, honey. she's just gonna wait and see what happens.
All right. Benji,
Yep.
you're standing right over a giant eyeball and it's looking at you.
Yeah. The bodies, were they at the center of what became the iris of the eye?
There were.
And
There were
that's-
two people in the fetal position, kind of in a yin and a yang, holding hands between each other, curled up in a ball.
Would that be anything possibly familiar for Benji from voice related bullshit?
Little
The
bit.
voice?
Kind of.
Uh,
Roll me an insight.
okay. Hold on, that's the wrong number. That should be a 5. Let me reroll.
Okay.
Wait, no, I can count. There, that's the right number.
Okay. You get the sense that there are a lot of things at play here. You don't know specifically what is happening. Sorry, I'm distracted because every time I reach for this cookie,
One.
Balder pokes his head in my office and I just see it out of the corner of my eye as he stares pointedly at me because he wants the cookie.
It's like, just checking on you, ma.
It's very distracting.
He is being best boy.
He's being a turd.
That too.
Anyway, you don't know what specifically is at play here, but you do have kind of a sense that there are multiple, not voices involved, but the residue of those voices involved. You're in a location where the voice had it rigged up to basically run the song to the Grand Relay from Redacre itself and then to the rest of the Eastern Seaboard. You are in a place that was deeply, deeply infected by the Eidolon. You are in a place where greed had a strong foothold. And there's still a death room in the basement.
And the death room in the basement.
Yes. There are a lot of things at play here, and it doesn't feel like any one voice is actually pulling strings so much as this sort of confluence of bullshit has created a perfect storm of insanity, and everything is just popping the fuck off. That's all you can really feel from this. That's the sense you get, but it is also something else. Something new, maybe? And that in and of itself makes it very hard for you to suss out very much from what exactly is happening.
Okay. As the eye has opened, he catches Aurelia saying something. Can he hear that over the song, or has the song stopped for him?
You heard the strings swell briefly and then go away again.
Okay.
You did not hear them with your ears.
Okay.
You felt it more than you heard it.
Okay. Love that.
But you did hear Aurelius call to you.
You said the eye is looking at him. Does Benji have the feeling that stealth is not useful right now?
Not anymore. Not unless you can break a line of sight with this giant eyeball that you are standing on.
Oh, he's inside the eye itself?
Uh-huh.
Oh. Can he move out of it?
Sure. But it's going to take an opportunity attack.
It's probably better than staying in it in case the eye does anything.
Probably.
So he's going to try to move.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your athletics. It's going to be contested.
Oh, Thank you, dichotomy.
Lucky you. As a almost lasso or tentacle almost of braided exposed wires shoots out and tries to spear you and yank you back, and it misses.
Okay. Can he scramble towards, not directly towards where Aurelia is, because he's probably got the impression Aurelia has still managed to avoid its attention if it's looking just at him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to try to not draw the attention straight to her.
Okay.
He is going to give her basically a signal to, pull back.
Okay.
In his scramble to get out, can he grab a pipe?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You rolled well enough.
Yay. So he's got a pipe as an improvised weapon. If he gets close enough to where he can fuck. Okay. He said there's a couple of pillars. Can he head towards one of the pillars?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. He's gonna head for one of the pillars.
You won't get there this turn, but you can move in that direction. You've already used your move action unless you want to sacrifice your full action to then get to the pillar.
The only other thing that I think he's going to really be able to do is ready improvised weapon. If it looks like it's going to attack either of the two of them in the room, can he intercept and fight it?
Yeah, so you want to get to the pillar and then hold your action or any further actions to try to intercept.
Yes. Basically, while he's moving towards the pillar, he'd be basically storing if it tries to move, intercept instead and sacrifice going to the pillar.
Yeah, he can do that.
Okay.
Okay. That is Benji's turn.
I have one more question.
Yes.
With the warded eye opening, does it feel like the other voices, or specifically at least RTD, would have interference here now?
It does not feel like it. No, you still very much feel RTD's presence with you. The other voices' presences, they're all still very much here. This eye seems different somehow.
Okay. Is RTD still rallying the others?
Yes.
Okay. He's not going to bother him at the moment then.
Okay.
That's it then.
Martha holds her action. She is watching Wraith do things. Do Wraith things.
I am teaching him to heal.
Martha blinks. Are you good?
Right now, yes. In 30 minutes, debatable.
Right. She looks at Kaede.
I mean, he's got it. So until he says, "Hey Kai, I need help," I'm just gonna let him ride this one out, literally and figuratively. You need
Alright.
me, Brit.
Okay. She kind of holds up the tray, but holds her action to see if Wraith gets bucked off.
I trust him, so.
All right. Martha holds her action. Baxter, you're sprinting to your dorm to grab your bow. Yes. Go ahead and roll me your athletics again. That is enough to get to your dorm and grab your bow, but it is not enough to make any progress back. Do you want to keep that or do you want to re-roll?
I'll re-roll.
Okay. What do you want to re-roll with?
We'll do. Gotta go fast.
Okay. Go ahead and mark it as reroll and do your reroll. Okay. You sprint all the way to your dorm, you grab your bow, and you make it about halfway back. You hear the commotion going on in the other hallway. If you want to sacrifice your full action to get all the way back, you can roll athletics one more time, but you won't be able to attack this round. Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll me one more athletics. Okay. You round the corner, and Wraith's riding it with reins.
Oh. You know, I'm not going to question that.
He's having the time of his life right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm just letting him have it.
Listen, alright. I have a plan.
I know you do. And you're just having the time of your life riding an evil demon Furby, so you enjoy yourself.
I will point out that you usually introduce yourself as Wraith the man without a plan.
This is why no one should be confident that I have a plan.
I believe in you.
I believe in you too. I believe this is a stupid ass idea, but I believe in you.
Listen, I am protecting Martha. Greg owes me dinner.
All right. Alphonse is dead. It is twitching on the ground in pieces and cannot act any longer. Gene, you're up. What do you do, buddy?
So this thing is closer to the window now, right?
It is much closer to the window. It's probably about 7 feet away from the window, so one more good shove in that direction will put it there. And you and your allies are all they're acting with you, so you can make your way.
Okay. Gene's gonna lead in and take another swing at Edward to try to really thwart him to the window.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me again your fight and then your provoke.
Got it.
Gene has a plan.
Fight and provoke.
You're fighting Edward. It takes another 2 shifts of damage as you swing the bat at it and move it further to the window as it is now standing at the window. What do you do? You've got your free action left and you've got a move action left.
Let's see. Gene's going to... My free action can... How close is everyone else? Like how much further in?
They're kind of standing in row with you, so they're right beside you.
Okay. Shoving is not a free action, right?
No, shoving would be a part of your full action.
Got it. I think Gene's just gonna like I guess try to just keep the edge of his bat towards Edward and just trying to like nudge him towards the to the exit until he either is positioned far enough to just be kicked off or shoved off through the open door.
All right. Lincoln. You're driving the fuck away from the angel.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll me your drive. Let's see how much distance you put between yourself and it.
Okay.
Oh, the damaged bumper's in the street somewhere.
The angel is hauling ass. It is right behind you.
Fuck.
You know that feeling. In fact,
Oh, gotta be fucking kidding me!
as it had vanished through a red door and steps out behind you, you hear and feel for a moment as your car slows just a tiny bit, caught in the shape's gravity well as it tries to pull you back. But you slam your foot on the gas pedal and peel out again and move forward and put a tiny, tiny amount of distance between you and it. What do you do?
God, what can I do?
You could try to drive offensively, but of course the shape is built like a brick house, so you may not want to run into it.
I mean, I have ramming speed if worst comes to worst, but I'd rather not.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I definitely wouldn't recommend it either because I actually want my car to survive.
Mhm.
God, is there any sort of advantage that can be created in the roadway that we have, or the terrain, that we can increase the distance between the Camino and the Angel? This is one of the rare times where I have fate points to spare, so I am willing to do whatever it takes.
Let's find out. Lincoln,
Yes.
roll me a random.
Yay. Fuck.
There are some things they are not in easy positions to use. You're going to have to try to carefully knock into things to create barriers between you and the shape, or you're going to have to do some stunt driving and maybe fake the shape out.
I can do that. I would like to burn a fate point to create a story aspect for this.
Okay.
I'm going to use fly like an eagle, strike like a hawk.
Okay. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna see the little obstacles,
Mhm.
and I know the risk of this is that since I don't have a bumper anymore, I'm probably going to lose a taillight. But I will take it because we have spare parts. So, if allowed, I am going to use the road and the full function of good luck that I had earlier to utilize the Camino to its fullest extent and drift this motherfucker and swerve it around to make sure everything knocks out perfectly.
All right. Lincoln, you're going to roll an opposed drive check against the shape's athletics.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll it. Difficulty is a 6.
Do I get any other advantage from utilizing the story aspect?
+1. You get a +1.
Okay. 10.
Okay.
That is a success with style, again.
Go ahead and describe what this looks like.
I am going to promptly tell everyone to hang on as I hit the emergency brake and start the first swerve to knock the first obstacle down, kick it back up in the fourth, and put the pedal to the metal as I spin the vehicle in the other direction. I'm going to cause it to fishtail left and right as I'm just narrowly skidding across and just hitting the car right where I want to before, once again, in this situation, we're going to keep going for the last one. The last one's going to cause us to spiral, but Lincoln will shift it into 5th gear and allow us to rev straight forward and get us at least a good 6-second distance from the Angel.
Okay. You hear the tires scream from the effort. Your car is groaning from the sudden and quick shifts of gravity, and you feel the Angel's wrath and and weight of its presence as you skid past it and drift back onto the road.
How are my passengers?
All of them are holding onto their oh fuck bars and sinking down in their seats. You hear odd muttering. Everyone has to go sometime. Everyone has to go sometime. Everyone has to go sometime.
Can we hug Odd?
Odd is best.
And so we come to the end of the round and the Angel's turn. But first, why don't we go ahead and take a quick break? We're about 2.5 hours in, so let's take a break. And we'll come back as all of you feel something shift in the air.
Oh, fun.
We'll be right back.
Don't worry. Wraith has a plan now.
I'm terrified.
Welcome, children.
Woo!
We are back.
Great.
Yay! Everybody roll me a random.
Per character or just who's involved in the scene?
Per character.
I put in Richard. My bad.
Oh God, Benji!
Oh no.
That's
What were you saying about Dichotomy loving you?
It was short-lived. Very short-lived.
I told you, Jade, didn't I? I
see our love affair is over, Dichotomy. Thanks. You have to do it on a separate line. You can't just do the enter carriage return. You have to do separate entry.
Hold on, let me see if somebody's in chat. Yes, somebody is in chat. Dichotomy was just trying to butter you up. Baxter, reroll.
I called it better. I just called it like, yes, the bot is just wanting to play with us first before it's going to kill us.
It always plays with its food.
At least he loves me somewhere. Not sure where yet, but I'll find a place where Dichotomy just loves me.
It loves to
Nah,
kill you.
it doesn't.
It
Yeah,
loves to kill
that's
you.
it.
I'm on the list too.
Turn order is temporarily suspended. And we'll resume in a moment. Wherever you are in the building, whether you are watching Wraith save a horse and ride a cow Furby, or you are in the cafeteria, in the lair, the den of the nest, in a vehicle, Tokyo drifting your way around the building, wherever you happen to be, everything comes to almost a halt around you as time seems to slow down and you feel a telltale shiver crawl up your spine.
We have found the wayward children, hiding in plain sight. Though we cannot see them, we know where they are. We know they are here.
You may now react.
Oh no.
Can I roll a will save not to talk shit?
Yes, you can.
Does
Is that going to
Benji-
be a disadvantage?
Not at the moment, no. Benji?
Okay.
Does Benji need to roll a will save?
Sure do.
It's not at disadvantage though, right?
Not right now. RTD is with you.
Thank God.
That was a 6. I guess she's good. It's really hard, though. It's
Kinda,
really hard.
You're biting your tongue. You know that they can't actually see you. They have admitted that they can't see you. They just know that you're present. It sounds like they're talking in your guys' direction. They can't actually talk directly to you because this place is protected from them in particular.
Does it sound slightly different where Benji and Aurelia are?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, thank God.
Anybody have any choice words before they continue? Or let me rephrase this. Does anyone else want to try to break the barrier so that they can hear you?
No.
To talk shit back?
No, I'm good.
No, thanks. I choose life.
I'm busy.
We are merciful, however. We we offer the children this singular chance. Return to us, to our mercy, and we will spare all those you claim to protect, those inside of your walls who have escaped our love. If you do not, however, this is the boundary of our love and our mercy. We will show you none from here out. There are those who are with you, who carry secrets that we will not allow beyond our borders. You may hand them over and be spared our retribution. We know we cannot hear you, we cannot see you, but you can hear us. We will give you time to consider what we have said, but know that you are in our territory, and there is no escape. Red Dawn comes. The candidates will soon be ours, and the sun will soon rise. We speak as one.
Kaede, Aurelia,
Yeah.
Benji,
Yep.
Yeah.
all of you roll me will saves at disadvantage.
Oh man, do I have to?
Sure do. Aren't you a walking pharmacy? What's a fat ye?
That was so I have a 1.
That fat ye. Get out of here.
Oh god, Aurelia, no!
Oh.
Give me a second, I need to reroll the second one.
Yeah,
because
reroll the
it's,
second one.
Oh.
Well, it's not any better anyway.
It
It could
doesn't.
have gotten worse though.
That is true. It could have been not much worse, but it could have been worse.
It could have been
Aurelia?
bad and an omen.
Aurelia, do you want to re-roll that perhaps? Because that 0 is painful.
I would suggest yes, Aurelia.
Or you could see what
And,
happens.
I will do a reroll with I'm more than just a chorus.
Okay, go ahead and re-roll. Burn your fate.
Is the 1 a problem?
Potentially.
Is the 3 a problem?
Probably.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
None of
A
these
little
answers
bit.
make me feel any better.
No, they don't.
Benji, Kaede,
Mhm.
and Aurelia. Each of you gets a new aspect.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
What is it?
Eyes on me.
What? There's no Ariman in here. What are you talking about?
Is that SEO specific?
Yes, it is.
Can I just make my The Voice is Hunting Me ×2 instead?
Yes, you can.
Because it's the same thing basically.
This one has a little bit more to do with the chains on you. You can't see them,
Hey.
but you can feel them, Aurelia.
You sure can.
Yes.
Does that go in which column side does that go on for him?
The awake side.
Huh.
Eyes on me.
Eyes on me.
Yay.
Isn't it exciting?
Oh, yeah. I'm super
Wait.
excited.
I need to get time with you next week to sit down, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Pats on the back. But now I can still keep one aspect slot open because I could do the times 2. I could cry in my corner now.
An ultimatum has been delivered by Speak as One. There are those among you who carry secrets that they do not want leaving Redacre or the RQZ. If any of these things fell into the hands of the federal government, they are kind of fucked. Fortunately, no one is able to leave the RQZ right now, and so they are banking on the fact that you will either panic and hand each other over, or that they will overwhelm you and take you by force. Regardless, their presence has subsided for now, but things on the field feel distinctly different, as the electronic creatures, the Furbies made out of demons and spare parts, all begin to spark and flail and twitch and jolt, as if something about their inner mechanisms has changed. Wraith, Baxter,
Hi.
Jean,
Yeah.
Aurelia, Benji,
Uh-huh.
and Kaede. All of you are standing near one of these things.
Yep.
I just rounded the corner, so probably not.
No, you're still looking at one. You can see Wraith, so you can see it.
This is
Yeah.
fine.
And therefore you can hear this. There are many heads turn, some of them beneath the patchwork skin they have, some of which is simply fabric or cloth, and some of which is not.
We want to live.
Okay, that's creepy.
Why do you hurt us? They see us. They see us.
And we're back at the top of the turn order.
I have some questions, but I'll wait for my turn.
Wraith,
Hey, how you doing?
you riding Angelo, huh?
I'm riding him.
Angelo's gonna try to buck to dislodge you again.
Excuse me.
That is an opposed athletics check.
I'm gonna need Angelo to calm down.
He's mad.
I
He does
know
not
he's
like being ridden.
mad. Well, he's gonna have to work with me on this.
Roll your athletics.
Okay, hold on. Too early to stack, right?
I think there's one more round before you're cooled down.
Okay. I met it.
You met it. You do need to take one shift of stress, though, from having to hold on despite its completely wild flailing. As it basically turns into a fucking like a bar riding bull and tries to fling you off. Going so far as to slam itself into the wall to try to dislodge you. And so you take one shift of physical stress.
That's fine. Now, is it my turn or is it his?
It's his turn.
Okay. I'm hanging on to this guy.
Angelo is no longer electrified as it dislodges the remnants of the flashlight and flings it across the way. Wraith, roll me a random to see that flashlight hits somebody innocent or simply clatters to the ground.
Oh no. Yay!
It sails between Martha and Baxter and hits the wall behind them. Baxter, a flashlight flies past your head.
Oh shit!
Sorry.
He's gonna duck.
Martha
Man,
blanks.
that flashed before my eyes. Literally.
Oh. All right, that's Angelo's turn. He is not able to dislodge Wraith. Aurelia. The eye has opened. Benji has moved back towards the pillar. The eye does not know about you, and as you're watching Benji move away from it and it loses sight of him, you see that the eye, like slowly, as if rusty gears are impeding it, slowly closes again, and you see the nest settle and go quiet. What do you do?
She would probably try to stealth over towards Benji, because Aurelia can see more, so she wants to kind of stick closer to be literally the eyes for Benji.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your stealth. Difficulties of 5. The eye starts to open again as you sneak back over towards Benji, but before it catches a glimpse of you, you have vanished. And you see that the iris, which is composed of a large coil of like exposed wires and circuit boards, rotates around once. You see it circle around where the figures had been beneath the mess, and then it closes again with a loud clatter. You make it to Benji.
Yay.
That was your move action. What else do you want to do?
She would gently tap Benji on the back, probably because she cannot reach the shoulder. She's too tiny for that.
You are a small.
Very small.
Benji, you've been tapped.
He's awake right now, so other than just kind of looking pretty shaken, he takes a short breath, but looks back over. He's got a pipe, a length of pipe in his hands. He kind of lowers it as he looks at to catch Aurelia and see her face, but also try to, with whatever low light we have, read her eyes, read her lips to see what she's saying.
Aurelia?
Nice. Liberating. She would explain to him the eye thing that she noticed.
Okay.
With it literally closing as long as it doesn't notice anyone. And about the door, that it has a locking mechanism and that there's a bar over it, and that she might be able to lockpick the door, but she doesn't know about her own strength to pull the bar up.
Can he respond back?
Yeah. You can react.
Okay. Okay. There were people inside it. People.
What? People?
2. Kind of doing it, and he makes it with one. He puts the pipe into one hand, and he just sort of makes it kind of like wishy-washy. The swishy things. Like that, kind of curled around each other.
I
You-
don't like this.
Didn't hear the instrument earlier, did you?
No.
I did. I think we should probably see about getting the door. You pick the door, then we should be able to lift it together, you think?
Would also help with reinforcements that want to come at one point, you know.
I mean, probably. Okay, let's head there.
Slowly and carefully.
Okay. Wraith, it is now your turn.
Yeah,
How you doing, cowboy?
I'm riding him. I'm making Jack proud.
What do you do?
So, since Angelo is no longer electrified, he's going to use his free hand and try to he's gonna touch it, like try to make contact with it.
Okay.
And when he does that, he's going to try to use his stacks and the situational aspect of chili
Mhm.
to make contact with both Taste the Wind and In Her Teeth.
Okay. What do you want to do?
Since it's saying it wants to live, then he's thinking a part of it is alive, which means a part of it can die.
Okay. You reach out to both Taste the Wind and In Her Teeth.
I'm reaching. This thing is also trying to throw me off. I don't appreciate it.
There is something amiss here.
Which part? There's a lot of this I'm confused about.
Aside from the demonic electronics. It is tainted with the old tongue.
Like, the anomaly tainted? Or a different kind?
Almost, but not quite. There is a lingering curse.
Is there any way we can break some kind of connection with it so we can not do this?
Likely, we need to find its source.
Which is probably in the building.
I would say that's a safe bet.
Is there anything you can take from it to help?
Let me see.
Once more with feeling, everyone. Let's see if you can help the End Mother. Roll me a random. Once per player, not once per character. Hey, look at that.
Not a tick.
Barely, not a tick.
Fuck, it's high. I rolled 2 highs, guys.
I'm so proud of you.
No, it's okay. I rolled 2 highs earlier. Where's Chance when I need him? Benji?
Chance needed to keep his heart from, have heart murmurs. He had to rest.
Okay, well, we'll get our lucky boy next time, maybe.
Also, I notice I'm back with my threes.
You're back on the 3 train. 3, 3, 3,
Literally.
3, 3, 3, 3.
I hate it.
Just don't double it and we'll be fine.
Oh my god. Don't jinx it.
Go, Izzy!
Izzy, let's go!
Let's go!
Woo!
Oh no! Oh, he's back.
Lincoln.
The subscriber you have called is unavailable. There he is. Hello.
Yes. Right.
Are you on your phone now?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Internet shit. Hey, check that shit out.
Look at the mates. And crazy eights.
Chance is doing his best, but he's
Carefully, so he's not fully focused right now.
I know. He needs the medical attention. It's okay.
RTD and mother's calling it a favor. We need some more luck, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but he currently has a, what was it last time? Grade 3 heartburner. That's not good.
Fortunately for you guys, your good luck outweighs your bad.
Hooray!
Thank God.
Left hand.
Wraith, you feel sort of a shiver pass through you and then into Angelo. And Angelo stops moving.
Tingly. He's going to keep his hand there until she says otherwise.
A great deal of life was lost here. That of your kind and of mine. What is left behind when we die is not so much a corpse as an imprint. You've seen them before. A chaotic mix of death and belief and fear has embedded itself here.
So, kind of like an angry ghost type of deal.
Something like that. Let us put this one to rest and find its heart.
Very gently, Angelo ceases to move and sinks to the ground. Its eyes flutter and then close.
And it stops moving. Wraith is going to look at the others like, we got things to find.
Dear God, says Martha.
Nice call, Wraith.
I figured it saying it wanted to live meant some of it was alive, at least it thought so.
Yeah, it was saying that to me too.
And me.
Echoes. The remnants of what had once been. I would imagine something even as vast as another voice would seek to live over death.
So were these things human at one time?
No, I don't think so. Not in full, at least. An amalgam. human deaths, and demon ones.
If we find the heart, can you end it?
I believe I can, yes.
Is it going to hurt you if we do that, though?
Baxter's a host too, so it shouldn't really be too much on me by myself.
Plus, we've got other hosts here too.
We just have to find it.
Yeah.
I meant end mom. Is it going to hurt her?
It remains to be seen. We will do what must be done.
Well, I'm willing to take some of the burden. I already told you that.
As am I.
There is no time to waste.
We should.
Do we know where the heart is?
I'm certain someone's found it. Maybe. I don't know.
Baxter and I were tracking before, but the things went from that way. He's gonna point to where he heard them. So, that way?
You can try to track. You know that Benji and Aurelia went off trying to track one to see if they could find a nest, and you haven't heard from them in a while, so...
So, can I use the information Baxter and Wraith got with my shared Skybeam aspect to find out where they went?
I will allow you to use it as a one-time advantage for an investigation roll to track them.
Okay.
If the three of you want to try to pool your investigation together and all of you roll investigate to see if you can figure out where they may have gone, you can do that.
Down for a team effort.
Sure.
Yeah. My investigate is not that good.
Every little bit helps.
So
My
I'm gonna roll an
insight's
investigate
better.
with... Do we all roll with advantage or just me?
You will roll with advantage. All three of you go ahead and roll.
I'm punchy.
Investigate.
Oh!
Grant, do I still need to
I'm
roll?
punchy.
Go ahead and roll
Rolled a
for me.
5.
I'm punchy, roll the crit.
Proceeds to crit, yeah.
Oops, sorry.
I think it might be a 4, but I'm not sure, guys.
I don't know. It looks like a 4.
Does it quack like one too?
Shut up.
Only when there's...
Friday, you distinctly recall, as you guys had been leaving the cafeteria, you distinctly recall having seen Benji and Aurelia leave together. You remember the direction that they had gone, and so you're able to point Baxter and Wraith and Martha, who is accompanying you, in the correct direction. As you guys get going, Wraith and Baxter, you start kind of looking around. Baxter, you're not quite sure what to look for. You're still a little bit disoriented. Everything kind of sucks. Also, you still have a hernia. Not hemorrhoids, a hernia.
Hemorrhoids, no! Hemorrhoids!
Oh my god.
No, you are not going to live that down. No.
Never.
Never. And as you go, Wraith and Kaede, you two are basically kind of taking the lead. You round a corner, you see scrapes in the wall, you see scrapes along the ground as if something had dragged or been dragging something, and you make your way towards the nest.
Yay, this sounds fun.
What do we see? Actually, wait, hold that thought. I gotta take out my trash.
I think you guys are just also on the way still.
You guys are on the way. You're not quite there yet.
Oh, we're on the road again. Okay.
Can't wait to be on the road again. Wraith, Kaede, and Baxter, the three of you will act again on Baxter's turn.
Okay.
Alex, you are making progress upstairs and watching them as they reconfigure the surveillance. As they shut down the surveillance cameras and flip the switch and they all start to flicker back on, you notice that 4 surveillance cameras are completely dead. 4 of them are knocked out entirely, black screens. The rest of them are showing what you see as actively what is going on downstairs. You see chaos going on in the cafeteria as Jean and several other somewhat wounded hosts back one of these Furby demons against a wall and at the window. You see Kaede and Baxter and Wraith and Martha racing down a hallway, and then you see, a camera pointed directly at a door that is shut, with red light seeping out from underneath it, but nothing else about it seems particularly out of the ordinary. You see the wreckage of Alphonse on the ground that Kaede had beat the shit out of. You see that most of the other creatures around the base, and there are multiple of them, it's not just the 4 that you were attacked by, but a half dozen other mechanical monstrosities. Not Furby demons in much the way that Angelo and Edward and Alphonse had been at one time. But they are definitely mechanical in nature. Alex, go ahead and roll me an insight. As you're watching the cameras and you're seeing these things move, you notice that they're moving, one, in very disjointed ways, as if they are composed of different impulses trying to all work towards a common goal, but without a very well-established method of communication with each other. It's like 10 people trying to operate a dragon costume, but they're all trying to run in different directions. But also, you very faintly detect, in a sort of shimmer through the cameras, a sheen over each of these things, as though they are iridescent or covered in oil or something. It's not actually oil, but there is an odd visual quality to them as you witness what is going on.
Does she have any idea of what that strange sheen might be?
You can roll me one more insight.
Do I need to boost that?
I would, if you want to get any information.
Can I use Observer to boost it?
Sure. Go ahead and burn your fate, add the boost. Mark it as boosted. It feels like not just the old tongue, not just a cipher. It feels like what you find in the contents of a cipher. The decaying fragments of voice DNA, tainted, dying, clinging to life, much in the way that Chase the Sun had been, an echo of what it had once been, but nothing more. The closest thing to a ghost anybody will ever really come. The rampant belief, the idea of holding on to life beyond the expiry of a physical body, that belief is all that these things have now.
It's a feeling she kind of knows because she's brushed with. Does she have... So the door with the red light, did that stand out as particularly suspicious at all to her, considering all the rest of the crazy shenanigans going on?
It definitely seems out of place. That door in particular is shut, and you can see that there is a locking mechanism engaged, and that's it. No other doors in the facility seem to be shut like that.
Is it an electronic mechanism?
Yes, it is.
Alright, that... And so was all the footage looped, or just these specific cameras was looped?
All of the footage was looped.
Alright, does she know who has a working phone?
Nope. None of your phones really work very well because the only cell service anybody is getting is coming out of the deep woods in Redacre. And if it's difficult for anybody beyond the boxcar to get service, it is impossible for you guys.
Does the tower have a PA system that can be directed to be localized or anything?
Not that is currently working. Some areas have it, some areas don't. A lot of it is still in the middle of being repaired.
The areas that her friends are in, does any of those work?
The cafeteria does.
Alright, so she would make sure she can figure out how to direct them to that room with a red glow. Then get on the cafeteria intercom to let, I think it's what, Jean and who else is in there?
It's Jean and a number of other hosts, and Izzy.
Alright, she'll get on the intercom with them and go, guys, red floor, red door, suspicious, might be connected to all this. I can give you the directions to it, but I can't let anybody else know the intercom system's not working all the way. Can you pass the word along to those that can fight?
Jean kind of like looks around. Huh? Is there a camera he can see?
Mm-hmm.
Jean just like tucks the executioner underneath his arm, just gives a thumbs up, and then just turns back to Edward.
You see that Jean is a little bit preoccupied.
Who would be the closest people she could get to notify them, besides the very, very busy Jean?
Nobody inside. You have not yet seen Benji or Aurelia. Lincoln isn't in the building. You don't know where he went. And you can see Baxter and Coyote and Wraith sprinting down a hallway over cameras, but there are no comms that are active in their area. You can see that they are headed in the direction of the red door, or the door with the red light, though. Most likely, because they're headed that direction, they don't need your instructions. However, you probably need to try to find a way to alert the other hosts in the building that something weird is going down.
Does she know if using the whole facility-wide PA might put them more at risk by the enemy units knowing that they know about the attack?
Roll one more insight. You don't get the sense that there's any coordination in this attack. There are multiple electronic creatures that are sort of running around and scrambling and just kind of fighting in that way that a cornered animal fights, where it's just a survival scramble. You doubt that the building-wide PA system will cause any problems in that regard. But you also don't know if, and this is not something that you're able to tell just because you haven't interacted with one of these things, you don't know if the electronic sound kicking on is going to send them into a crazy frenzy or something. So that is a risk that you might take by doing so.
Alex has fought one before.
You have fought one, you have never had to interact with one over a PA system.
Right. So she knows that it's more important to let everyone know what's going on so everyone's prepared and no one's caught off guard. So she's going to get on the PA system and go, we have mechanical monsters running around the place, everyone be on the defensive. They're kind of fighting more like wounded wild animals. Protect those who can't protect themselves, get whatever weapons you can, and just make sure everyone knows this isn't working facility-wide yet.
You see a lot of hosts who apparently were not aware of what was going on suddenly moved to action across multiple cameras as the building mobilizes and everyone gets into the fray. Does Alex do anything else?
Does she have the inkling that she's going to need to help the others get through that mechanically locked door?
You're not sure where the controls for that door are. You can start looking around this room to see if you could find something.
Yeah, she'll start doing that.
Go ahead and roll me an investigate.
Do I need to use Tinker to boost it?
I would say that wouldn't be enough to boost it. Because
I'll-
you're looking for a security system.
I'll reroll then.
Okay, what are you rerolling with?
Tinkerer.
Okay, go ahead and reroll. You find a locked down security terminal. It's going to take you a minute to get through this thing, but you have a guess that you can probably figure out how to get in.
And she'll call over a host who might be familiar with security system to help her.
Okay, they come over and you get to work. Edward is lashing out. Jean, he's mad.
Of course he is. I'm not Jacob though, so you can't fight me that much.
Edward tries to flail its tail at you.
Jean's gonna do the blocky blocks.
Okay, go for it.
Dang!
You block. You raise the executioner, you take that blow, you block it. As Edward's just kind of, you know how snakes sort of sway side to side when they rear up? It's doing that.
Oh, that's weird.
Right in front of the window.
Interesting.
That is Edward's turn. Kaede, you're going to act with Baxter and Wraith. Benji.
Yep.
Oh, you had a question though?
Yeah. Were you prompting me on my aspect?
Not yet.
Okay. Is she still in a good state of mind through all that, though?
You are compartmentalizing. You're going to have a time later.
Yay. Cool. That'll be Adam's problem.
Great. Adam, who is still in the lunchroom.
Having a terrible time right now.
She's with Izzy ducked behind a turned over table, waiting for them to knock that thing out the window.
Yep.
I need Adam to ask Izzy what the bucket of water was for.
They're electronic, aren't they?
Yeah.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
God, Izzy, I love you.
Izzy will actually be acting right before Jean.
Yes. Yes.
That's a smart kid.
Benji.
Yep. So Benji and Aurelia, the agreed upon plan was to get to the door. So the idea is head to the door. Aurelia's going to lockpick it, and Benji's going to start trying to work on lifting the bar up.
Okay. Are you going to try to sneak over to the door?
Yes. Let's not have the eye wake on us again.
Okay. Aurelia and Benji, go ahead and roll me your stealth.
I am going to re-roll.
I would recommend it.
Yeah.
I would super recommend it.
Oh.
I am going to re-roll with, I can re-roll with two hunters can work side by side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna re-roll.
Okay.
Dichotomy, please.
Aurelia makes it to the door before you do, and as you make your way over, you brush past a fallen piece of, like, curved plastic. It looks like the casing of some kind of a funnel or something. And it clacks very, very softly against the ground. But then you hear the unfortunate rusting mechanism of the eyeball as it flies open and sends detritus just flying into the air, debris raining down as the iris spins around in this would-be socket and turns in your direction. You see it rise and writhe as the tentacles start to bind themselves together again and start reaching and feeling out into the room.
Okay. Is it going to be athletics to make it to the door?
Sure is.
Okay.
Fortunately, it is not very dexterous. You sprint past it before it is able to grab you, but it is only a matter of time before it uncurls enough of its tentacles to reach you. You have a moment. You've used your move action. What do you do?
Part of his action is going to be held for Aurelia to be able to pick the door, unless
Okay.
we're acting together.
All right, you're holding your action then.
Yep, because he's going to hold his action for once the door has been picked, working on forcing it open,
Okay.
getting the bar lifted up, and all that shit.
All right. Martha is. Go ahead.
He is going to try reaching out to RTD again.
Okay.
Roll the dice. You see that big fucking eyeball? It's got people in it.
Oh, good.
2 of them.
Alright. Hang tight.
What else are we gonna do?
Something stupid? Just saying.
I feel like I'm getting judged.
I mean, she's here, but, you know.
But, never mind. Chan's still with the ducks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Make sure he stays there.
I'm working on it. You got help inbound.
Now, if we can get the door open, that'll be great.
That'll be the trick. That's a fire door.
Oh, nobody better cut the power to this thing or we're never getting out.
Don't jinx it.
You got your pick still, right, Sky?
Always on me, like usual.
Okay, good. Let's get this open.
All right. Baxter, Kaede, and Wraith. You 3 are sprinting full tilt towards the door.
Girl,
You see the pulsing red light underneath the door. You see that the door is locked from the inside.
that's not kosher.
As you arrive at the door, you... Actually, all 3 of you go ahead and roll me a notice. This is not danger sense.
And I get my last stack of Called Wild.
Yes.
Okay, and that's gonna be
Something I'm good at.
Baxter, you're kind of preoccupied trying to figure out how the fuck to get through this door. Both Baxter and both Wraith and Kaede, sorry. Wraith and Kaede, both of you notice that there is a shadow that passes in front of the door. Somebody's inside there.
does like not the abominations.
It seems human-shaped, but it's hard to tell just from a shadow.
I have a question. If they're at the other side of the door,
Mhm.
can't they possibly hear the talk?
No,
Oh,
it's
God.
a fire door.
Not all of them are soundproof.
They're very thick doors,
Oh, this
and
is-
they're solid.
How high is the door?
What are you doing?
How high is the door off the ground?
Not far. There is maybe an inch of clearance between the door and the ground. Unless you're asking how tall the door is, in which case the door is about 7.5 feet tall.
Well, we're on the side with the bar, aren't we?
No, the door's locked from the inside.
Yeah, who?
Watch.
Wraith is gonna look to Coyote and Baxter's like, there's somebody in there.
You think it's Benji and Sky?
I don't know. Wraith is going to reach in his pocket and stick a lockpick under the door and slide it under there.
Okay.
This is how I get my lockpicks back.
Who needs darkness when you have Wraith?
Okay. Benji and Aurelia, you two are kind of murmuring to each other as you get ready to figure out how to get this door open, and then a lockpick slides under the door.
I'm gonna take a guess and figure that the rest, at least some of them, are here. Benji takes the lockpick, but there's kind of a little tap before he takes it.
Right, the
Baxter
person on the
could
other side of the
always
door
try
is a
and kick the
human.
door.
No, you cannot.
Just saying.
You could try to kick the door. It is barred shut and is solid steel.
You'd probably break your legs first.
If you want to
Oh,
try it,
that.
actually, Baxter,
Oh my
Baxter,
God.
roll me an insight.
Oh, no. Dorkicker, no, please.
Roll me an insight.
I have a really bad idea.
So
Well,
does
it's not
Baxter.
Really a bad idea.
Not you too.
Not
Do I
you
even have
too.
insight?
You do at a 1.
Had a 1. Oh god.
And then at that moment, Benji hears it and it's like, ah, it's a door kicker. Oh!
Not everyone has earned getting actual names.
Baxter, this is a great idea. You're gonna kick this door open.
Fuck.
Oh no. Am I still in front of the door? Should I be worried?
Probably. Baxter.
Defeat.
Okay. That would be with physique, right?
You can do fight or physique, whichever's higher.
I'm doing fight.
Okay.
He's gonna get another hemorrhoid.
I will tell you that the difficulty for kicking this door in is a 14.
I can't do that.
Yeah, well, you should.
It's a solid steel door that is barred
We'll get it,
shut,
Chief.
man. That's
We
why
got
it's a
this
bad
door.
idea.
It's okay. You know this is the right thing to do, Baxter.
But to you, this is a
Follow
great
through.
idea.
Follow
All of
through.
you.
This is a fantastic
Follow
idea.
through.
Go for it, man. I believe in you. Don't kick me, please.
If you kick me, I'm gonna punch you in the face. It's going to hurt.
Don't you only have like 1 hit, then you're down?
No.
Stress boxes haven't reset yet.
They
And
did for me.
Coyote activated Unstoppable.
Yeah.
Unstoppable is worn off, but she hasn't taken any damage since then.
I have not.
Probably about to.
It depends on what happens here in a minute. Baxter, go ahead and kick your door.
Alright, Baxter, kick the door. Alright, you committed. Come on.
I mean, I didn't commit. Someone committed for me.
You've got multiple aspects I could compel right now.
Dang it, Baxter.
Get
Stop
out of
having
my
confidence.
head.
Cinti, you felt this was a great idea.
This door can't stop you.
I'm
It's just a door. Are you gonna be bested by this door kicker? Eh?
I just want.
I'm gonna activate Unstoppable.
Okay.
Oh great, his leg will be broken later. Got it.
After this kick happens, can Benji roll an insight to guess who's there?
Yes.
I don't think you need
Yes.
to guess inside. I'm pretty sure you know it instantly.
Dang it, Baxter. This was the plan to get Lillian, not for Benji.
Nope, didn't work.
Baxter, you kick this door full force and you bounce off of it.
Oh, oh.
Wraith is gonna try to grab him like, you good?
Wraith, roll in athletics to catch him before he hits the ground.
Can Benji guess, or should I roll insight?
You
Can there
hear
at
someone
least
try to
be
kick the door.
A dent in the door?
It's solid steel.
Yeah, Aurelia,
Stronger than steel.
Baxter,
Aurelia,
if you did put a dent in this door, I would be afraid.
I would too.
Aurelia, I think door kicker's here. Just a
Aurelia
guess.
just face palms at that point.
Just a guess.
Just a face palm. No
Kaede and
comment.
Wraith, you see that Baxter was not able to kick the door open.
Yeah, I don't know what made you think that was gonna work. It's a solid steel door.
In his defense, I've got nothing. Baxter, why'd you try to hit the door?
I don't know. I felt like kicking it.
I mean, yeah, all right.
I mean, doors don't usually stop him.
Yeah,
Hey,
this is like the first door that's ever stopped me.
This is
Is
your
it
mortal
now?
enemy.
Your mortal enemy.
My mortal enemy now.
It's an arch nemesis for a door.
Well,
Hey.
save your vengeance. We have to get through the door.
hey, RTD, can you tell Benji that we're here and we can't get the door open? Can they get it open from that side?
I'm pretty sure he knows.
Oh,
I think he
yeah.
knows.
Mm-hmm. You're working on it.
Okay.
Everyone
guessing-
knows.
Everyone.
You can.
Oh no!
It's a great idea.
Please don't. I got chased by 8 shapes last time. Please stop.
Did the thing on the other side of the door hear Baxter kick the fucking door?
It sure did.
Oh no.
Oh, great.
Not my fault.
It's completely your fault.
Nope.
Wait, hold on. Does that mean for inside we know that it knows exactly where we have gotten to?
Uh-huh. As it dawns on you that was really loud, wasn't it? And then you hear the slithering of cabling and wires behind you.
Sky, how fast are you on and running right now?
Next question.
No, important question. If you want me to work on opening that door, someone's gonna have to play bait. Can you do it? Or do we need to cross our fingers and...
I can try the moment I have the lock picked so that you can try to push the thing open, then I can do some distraction.
Either that or we just see if we can get it forced open real fast.
Not bad.
Speed might be better. Let's try to get the door open.
We will see how quickly we will be. If not, then... yeah, we shall see.
Is there any other way into this room?
Not from here, and not that you're aware of. You guys don't really have a full lay of the land in this particular part of the building. This part of the building they have kind of steered clear of just because it's sort of a hazard. Now you see why.
Is the death room is the death room in this same part?
Not on this floor,
But it is in the same part.
but not on this floor.
Is it below this room?
Roll me an insight. As you start to calculate where specifically you are in the building, you realize,
Oh no.
oh, that's where this is.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck. Sky, this is right over that fucking death thing.
Is this not comforting?
No, that's why it felt like everything was fucked up from top to bottom, because it actually is. Oh, Pit Boss, how many floors are between here and that death room?
Well, it's downstairs.
Like directly underneath it? There's no other floor between? Okay, at least there isn't another fucking magic cluster of bullshit, too.
Probably not.
Well, at least not between this. I think this is feeding off of that.
That's probably a safe bet. Don't worry. Your friends have Ma. Hopefully, she can put an end to this bullshit.
I'm not worried, I'm pissed.
In the cafeteria,
Yeah.
Jean, you see Izzy pop up from behind the turned over lunch table with the bucket in hand.
Oh.
And she shouts, Jean, get down! And throws the bucket at Edward.
The whole bucket.
The
Not
whole
just
bucket.
Not just the contents.
The whole bucket.
Jean's just gonna like, he sees Izzy pop up, presenting bucket, and just drops.
He's even eating the Wheaties.
Izzy's gonna roll her shoot. Which is actually quite high.
Let's go!
Fuck yeah, Izzy!
Izzy has to spin around to throw this thing like a shot put and launches this bucket at Edward. It smashes into the side of it and water goes everywhere. And Edward starts to short out. It starts to spaz a little bit, jerking and jolting and flailing. Izzy throws her arms up in the air and shouts, "Score!" and then disappears back behind the table.
Please tell me what Adam's reaction to that is.
Adam is laughing. Jean, it's your turn.
Jean kind of pushes himself up to recover. So this thing is against the wall now, right?
It is against the wall. It's
square.
right by the window. So you are at a point where you could try to shove it out if you wanted.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
All right, you're gonna roll me a physique.
All
And
right.
your comrades are going to help you.
All right, physique. It's 4.
Combined together, that is a physique of 9 against Edward, who is rolling at disadvantage. Okay. You hear the whirring of servos as they shudder and jolt. You hear the crackling and sizzling of electronic components frying as they make contact with water, and then the crash of breaking glass as Edward flails backwards at your shove and slides out of the building altogether, and then you hear a loud crash as it hits the ground.
Oh.
The other
Ugh.
people around you just panting with the effort. One of the guys carefully peers through the window. I think we got it!
Just to be sure, Jean grabs one of the chairs and drops it onto the carcass.
You hear a crunch as the chair hits the ground, and whatever was left of Edward goes smush.
Now I think we got it.
At that, the cafeteria has been secured. You know the direction that you need to go to in order to regroup with the others. You know that probably Benji and Aurelia are in some danger. After Alex's PA system message, you have some options and you still have a move action left. Do you want to go anywhere or do you hang out here?
Jean's gonna go, get everybody to like settle down and then quickly check on Izzy and Adam. Hey, you two all right?
Yeah, I think we're good. Lightheaded and nauseous, but good.
There's a little bit of that going around. How about you, Izzy?
I'm good.
Yeah, good shot.
I scored.
You did. Alright, well, I guess I have a heading, and everyone else is probably most likely going to be in trouble or starting trouble.
We'll meet up with the others. We'll figure something out here.
Alright.
I'll see if we can figure out where Alex is at. I think she's in the security room.
I think so. Otherwise, that'd be weird that she was just talking to me from the voices beyond. Well, I don't think she could do that yet.
I hope not.
You never know at this point. Jean just kind of waves to the camera and then just looks to see if anyone would be up to, like, any of the other hosts would join, and then he just goes.
There are a couple of the adults that follow after you as you run down the hallway.
Rad.
Go ahead and roll me your athletics and let's see how far you get.
7.
You're hauling ass. You're not quite to the door you need to be, but you are a lot of the way there. And you do hear a slam as what you probably assume is Baxter kicks a door.
Okay.
Lincoln.
Hello.
You have put some distance between yourself and the shape. What do you do?
Trying my best to maintain that distance and lose its line of sight.
Go ahead and roll me another drive.
Okie dokie. Can I bump another level of the Bell's Anthem, please?
Yes, it has been enough rounds now.
Okay.
Okay. You break line of sight with the shape, and it loses track of you. You can feel its attention starting to wane as it continues to search for you, but can't quite figure out where you have gone.
Okay. Where am I in range between the open road and Haven?
You will need to pull back back off of the main highway and onto the smaller side road again. That's coming up in about a half mile. And then it's another quarter of a mile from there to get back to Haven.
I'm going to go ahead and inform those in the cabins that we are going to make our way back to Haven. I'm going to ask them the favor of, like, just look around the cabin real quick, like, just take a peek and see if there's anything that might be out of the ordinary or misplaced.
The
so
others...
we can at least get... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, just in case, like, there is something in the cabin that we might be able to see if, like, it's been tampered with before we take it all the way back to Haven before I have to check the engine.
The others in the vehicle nod and start looking around. Odd is in the front seat. He shrugs and pops up in the glove compartment and tilts his head and pulls out another piece of birth certificate and holds it over to you.
Lincoln's gonna take that and he's gonna... Is that the one with the remember thy name portion on it?
It is not.
Is it a third piece?
It is. The bottom, in fact.
What the hell? So my mother's been here. That's nice.
Other than that, they don't seem to find anything else out of place in the vehicle.
Okay. Lincoln will pocket the birth certificate. He'll have to look at that later because he's otherwise occupied.
Okay. You start making your way back towards Haven?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me one more drive.
Okie dokie.
You're hauling ass, and you pull onto the side road, and you see Haven dead ahead.
Alright.
You do anything else?
There's a specific bay that I would think that he would have scanned out beforehand. Just something that's private and, like, the closest one that he could get to their actual rooms that he's planning on parking at.
Okay. You make your way around to the back side of the building.
Yep.
Okay.
Are there any other hosts from the pack that we run into on our way over there that might have more information about what's going on?
As you pull into the bay, you see that it is actually fully empty. You see that there are alert lights flashing, and you catch the tail end of Alex's broadcast as she alerts everybody that there is an attack going on, and where to go.
Son of a bitch. All right. Thank you guys for your help. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no,
I'll have to look into
problem.
this later. Just get yourselves to safety, especially you. He points over at Brian. You're gonna need a new sling. Sorry about that, by the way.
Brian shrugs. Better than being dead, right?
Yeah. All right. I gotta go find my team. Stay awake.
Okay. At this time, we are going to exit turn order. Jean, you are making your way. Lincoln, you are making your way. Kaede, Baxter, and Wraith, you are on the other side of the door. Benji and Aurelia, you are inside of the door. Aurelia, you are attempting to pick the lock, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Aurelia, go ahead and give me a burglary.
Can I use a lockpick?
Yes, you can.
Can I use always a way out?
I will allow you to use it for advantage.
Guess what the flat roll will be now. Well.
It pops open.
Right, you didn't even need advantage.
What's advantage?
Yeah, reroll. See if you can get even higher than a 10.
Oh my god.
Come on, that's what advantage lets you do. Okay,
No.
10.
The lock pops open, but the bar does not slide out of place. Alex, go ahead and roll me your investigate one more time. You discover that this security terminal is online, but that room is offline. There is already no power going to that room, and that's why the door won't open. You can talk to the people who are in the hallway. You can tell that they're probably going to need to try to either get the power hooked back up or simply wait and see if Benji and Aurelia can get the lock open.
Does Alex see the power junction for the door? Because I imagine with like the doors like that, the power junction is by the door.
Yes. The power junction is just a little ways back down the hallway. It is just a terminal in the wall.
And the PA system does work for there?
It works for the outside hallway.
Okay, can she contact them to walk somebody through reconnecting the power to the door so we can open it?
Sure can.
Alright, so I'm gonna need someone who's somewhat okay at mechanics. Head to that junction box back there. I'm gonna try to walk you through what we need to do.
Wraith, Baxter, and Kaede, do any of you have mechanics?
Yes.
What is your mechanics at?
I will tell you in a moment. It is at a 3.
Okay, Baxter's got a reasonable mechanics. Baxter, you can head back to the power junction box and see if you can get this door powered again so that they can open the door.
And can I use my mechanics of 4 in any way to kind of help boost him as I'm walking through it so he can do it right?
Both of you will roll mechanics and we'll aggregate your rolls. So go, Alex and Baxter, go ahead and roll mechanics for me. Okay. Baxter, you're competent at following Alex's instructions as she tells you precisely which buttons and which switches you need to hit, where to hit them, how to reconfigure the box, and after a moment you hear the hum of electricity running as the door is powered again.
And now can I open it from my end? Unlock it from my end?
You cannot. It has to be unlocked from the door itself. The door lock is open, but Benji now needs to open the door. However, Benji, you need to succeed an athletics check first because you're about to get attacked.
All right.
Benji, roll your athletics. Roll better than a 3. Okay. You dive out of the way just in time and you're able to reach for the now powered door switch and open the door.
Do I even need to do a physique for that?
You do not. The door is powered now. The door opens. On the other side, you see Baxter and Kaede and Wraith. Baxter, Kaede, and Wraith. You 3 see Benji and Aurelia. Inside the room, you see the nest. You see the open warded eye made out of debris. Lincoln, you round the corner. Jean, you round the corner. All of you see what is going on inside as its large wired tentacles flail about and it calls out.
We want to live.
What the fuck?
Benji just kind of slowly looks back, then looks at Aurelia.
I'm pretty sure Aurelia at this point is currently having a light seizure because it's
He
Prior.
puts a hand before her eyes, get your glasses out, Sky.
It is still dark as shit in this room. The light did not come back on. The door's power is back on.
With the door open, I mean, because of the hallway.
The hallway is not well lit. In fact, it is
good.
still emergency lighting right now.
Oh,
Hey,
okay, good.
safety.
Guy.
Who's lockpick? That was really fine. Thanks.
You're welcome.
He just kind of looks down and spots Baxter slightly down the hallway, and there's door kicker.
And Mother says that they're not really alive. They're more like echoes.
There's bodies in there at least, though. I don't know if they're alive anymore, but there were.
They do not cling to life any longer. Let us put them to rest.
Probably a lot better for it.
Wraith is gonna step inside.
Kaide's gonna follow him.
If anyone finds my scarf, can you like pull it back?
This
I'll
is
get your
so not what
scarf.
happened in Small Soldiers.
What?
Gee, this is so not what happened in Small Soldiers. This is not This is not how the movie went.
It's just going to look over at Jean like, when is the last time you've seen that movie?
Probably before I left Red Acre.
Wraith, if I distract it, can you get close to it?
If it moves, I'm going to shoot it.
I'd kind of recommend the whole shooting thing, but it's made up of a lot of mechanical shit. And
Get close to it?
it's got tentacles and it can grab you and pull you in, and it's really wanting to do that. When we got really close to it, you kind of want to get closer to it. In that bad way?
We will need to approach the eye.
So that should mean, Kaede, you stay back here.
Worry not, however.
If eyes on the dark are needed, let me know.
Its
Mom said not to
tentacles.
worry.
Its tentacles, as the End Mother speaks, recede and coil around the eye. And everybody can go ahead and roll me an empathy.
Oh.
Thank you.
This is. What are we detecting with this empathy?
This is for feelings. You need to roll an empathy.
I got a
Damn
negative
it.
1. How does that make me feel?
Can I use body language reader?
I will allow it, Wraith.
I imagine
Hey.
Alex doesn't have to.
Okay, but could I use attention to detail?
Holy shit.
Jesus, Baxter.
Wow.
Wow!
I don't
Holy
even
shit.
have.
Baxter fucking crits.
Crit!
Okay.
Hell yeah!
It's his
Okay.
oneness with the End Mother.
Actually, that's pretty valid.
So is that a yes?
I will allow it.
Okay.
And why did it have to be a crit with that?
Because you're a host of In Her Teeth, and this is probably death related. Thematically, it really works.
Thematically, this is your moment in the series. I'm out here with a negative 1. Go get him, Chief.
It's okay, buddy.
Gene's thinking about the dinner he lost. It's alright.
I think Gene is still confused about small soldiers.
Yeah, no, he's completely off. He's off the chessboard right now.
You see what happened to Gene? He fell in the bucket.
If there was ever a barbarian,
As you approach, Benji, Kaede, Baxter, Wraith, and Lincoln. Storm, you have kind of observed this already, but also you can't fully see into the room because the cameras in the room are out. So you're kind of seeing this from the camera in the hallway. The eye is only vaguely reminiscent of a ward. It seems crudely drawn as though drawn by the hands of children. If you had to give it an analogy, it seems afraid. It seems sad. It seems hurting. As the tendrils of wires and cables curl back into each other and themselves, Baxter, you feel this especially as well. You feel the pain, the anguish, the outrage, the desperation to live as life is torn asunder.
They really are desperate.
The fragments of voices who were hurt and destroyed here, the fragments of people who came together in one final desperate attempt to see the sun rise again. That is all that this is left. They are too anguished to rest on their own. But as you all step into the room, the tentacles sort of curl back in on each other and on themselves and recede slightly.
Wraith? Baxter?
Hmm?
Yeah.
This is your guys' field of expertise. This is more or less where your voices circle around, right?
More or less.
I'm following your lead. I'm trusting your judgment.
Tell us how to get it done.
Wraith is going to take a deep breath, and he's going to go in and kneel next to where the tendrils are receding.
So you guys approach the eye.
Yep.
Okay. As you do so, you see the coils and the pieces of electronics that make up the iris of this eye slowly turn on you.
We
Wraith is going.
want to live.
But you don't want to hurt me more, do you?
No.
Wouldn't it be better to sleep than to hurt?
You won't.
We know that you wish to live, but your time has passed.
Why do we have to die?
Your lives were taken from you. What was done to you, to all of those who lost their lives here, was cruel. But there is no need for more pain. It is time to rest.
Wraith and Baxter. Both of you roll me one more empathy. Baxter, because you crit last time, you may add +2.
Sweet.
Can I still use body language reader?
Yes, you may.
Right.
Do either of you say anything?
Can I re-roll that?
What do you want to reroll with?
You'll be okay?
I will allow it. That is relevant.
Oh, come on.
Dichotomy's being a bit of a dick.
He is.
Ew.
Okay, Wraith, it's all you. You rolled the 10.
What do you say?
He's going to reach his hand out and say, I know it's not fair. And I know it sucks. But maybe you'll see someone you missed. That's what I'm waiting for. And one day I'll see my mom again.
Baxter, do you want to add anything?
Not really. Baxter will just nod.
Okay.
He's not good at these things.
We don't want to hurt anymore.
You do not have to. Come home, my children.
The red light pulsing beneath the eye builds one final time and then goes dark. The moving electronics fall away, and in the center of the eye you see a pair of children curled up together, their hands clasped.
Are those the two that Benji saw before?
Yes, they are.
How old do they look?
They're teenagers. About the same age as your sister.
I'm also going to roll a will save.
By all means.
Alex see anything? She can't see inside the room for the camera, right?
As the red light fades, the camera flickers on and you are able to see the room.
Can Benji go pick him up?
Yes, you can. The two children in question are in rough shape, and they seem to have been dead for a number of days. Their bodies expired long before you got here. Perhaps only kept intact by the unusual old tongue that is permeating this place. The room stagnating and thick with the sense of death below you seeping above. Wraith and Baxter, as you two watch Benji go to pick up the two small bodies, you feel the death and decay in the room recede as the Endmother's presence washes through you in a comforting warmth to drive away the grief and sadness.
Wraith is going to watch Benji for now.
And we can go and assist Benji with one of the bodies.
Go for it.
Alright.
As you are picking apart the electronics that are kind of encapsulating these two bodies, a number of adults arrive, a number of kids also arrive, armed with pieces of pipe, bats, other makeshift weapons, and each of them stops as they see what you have untangled here. Martha hobbles forward, and her face falls. Oh dear God.
Go ahead.
Wraith is just gonna look back. It's like, they're not hurting anymore. And Mother's gonna take care of them now.
They are at peace now.
Friday's gonna move to go stand by Wraith.
This is the remnants of a cruel and horrible death. The deaths of both of our kinds. Unfair and unwarranted. This is a first moment of healing. And it will be a long road to ensure that we continue to heal this place.
Each of you kind of understands in your own way what transpired here. The things that were being done to the prisoners, to the captives, to anybody who was forced to be inside of this building were beyond horrific. To voices and humans alike, it twisted, it warped, it cut deep. Those who survived were changed. Those who did not clung to what they had for as long as they could. Much like the ciphers that you found in Redacre, the decaying biomass of entities too big to understand, these two were all that was left. The ghosts of souls and voices in many, many shapes and sizes and forms, bound together in one last dying gasp. but you have expunged it from this place, in large part. The room in the sub-basement has yet to be dealt with, but for now, the death is pushed back. It is kept at bay. Sometimes you have to cut away the rot before you can heal the wound. The base is safe again.
I would expect that through kind of the wanderings and walkings, and with how many people have died, that there is some sort of morgue set up.
Yes, there is.
All right. Benji's gonna look over at Lincoln and give one of the bodies to him and head out for the morgue.
Lincoln will follow behind in suit. But before he fully goes out, with a glance over to Wraith and Kaede, he is gonna do as best of a part as he can and make sure that everyone is their own way consoled. And he is gonna give a firm grip to Baxter's shoulder and then a nod before he heads out. You did good.
Aurelia does do one tiny thing, because I'm pretty sure Benji knows about that too. Aurelia just walks up to Benji and Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
She has those things usually and just gives like a tiny fabric flower and places them on each of the kids. Benji would know that because Aurelia does that to every that she has seen in the maze.
Benji tucks it into their shirts.
Okay. This was a fairly emotional scene. Why don't we go ahead and take 10? We'll take one last break and then come upon the last scene of the session for the night. How about that?
Sounds good.
Good, Chief.
All right, we'll be back in 10.
About as ready as we're gonna be.
All right. We are back. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah.
Everybody had a moment to breathe and get some of the emotion out.
Hate. So much hate.
Don't touch me.
Do I need to roll my will save now?
Don't look at me.
Ankles.
I would recommend it.
Is it a disadvantage?
Yes.
Would you come near me and my son ever again?
Ah.
Benji, you are not okay for a while.
Yeah.
As everyone sort of pitches in to clean the large room up that had been once the nest, some of you have to take time away. Benji, you go back to the infirmary where Chance is at, and you haven't cried in a long time, have you?
No.
You don't have
Probably years.
You don't have a choice now. Everything that you have had to deal with, every dead child, every wounded person that you had once known, Sandra's dying face, your sister's condition on the edge of death, all of it finally is too much. Kaede,
Yeah.
roll your will save, also at disadvantage, also unboosted.
Oh,
What is I'm supposed to do? I'm gonna wait it back in the line.
Don't worry, everyone gets some trauma.
Roll in the right channel.
Wrong channel.
oh, no, that's cool. Hold on.
Re-roll.
Yeah, that's. I'm okay. It's still a 4.
No, it ain't.
Look at that 7. That's almost a crit. What? I mean, that's great, right?
You're at
That's almost a 7.
disadvantage.
But it's okay. Okay.
Kaede, you, after the cleanup goes and you're compartmentalizing finally is too much for you to handle, you retreat. You and Adam go back to the room and you can't hold it back anymore. It's too much.
You'll probably just curl up into Adam and cry.
As a question, which room would Benji be able to get to? Is Kira in the process or in the middle of something with the doc right now?
Kira is currently stabilized and is just kind of in her hospital bed.
Is he doing anything like
Not at
tests
the
or
moment.
Okay. Is Chance still getting seen? I'm basically doing the coin flip of which room he can be in to cry in at the moment.
Chance is being tended to now.
Okay. He's crying in Kira's room.
Okay.
Heidi's gonna go back to her room with Adam and probably just curl up on the bed with Adam and cry. Which she has not done in a very long time. So.
This is the first time any of you have felt as though you are able to cry or have any emotion whatsoever because you have walls around you. You are protected. There are people here who have your back. And even though they may not know you, they are still fighting on the same side to a degree that so many people dropped what they were doing and ran in with weapons to back you up. And that is not something that any of you have had in a very long time. So some of you feel safe enough to be able to let that emotion out, even if it is alone in private. Baxter? Will save at disadvantage.
What's the fucking Discord? What would the disadvantage be?
You're rolling twice, and the lower of the two is your roll.
Okay.
Baxter, this is all very heavy. You spend a lot of your time trying to live life to the fullest. You have brushed death multiple times. Death has kind of followed you wherever you and your brother have gone because of your brother.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing those two kids, seeing how close they had been, seeing the fact that something that you noticed that nobody else had, that was a pair of twins.
Oh, God.
That cuts you pretty deep, doesn't it?
Yep, it would.
You have to take time and retreat. Alex.
Yep.
Will save at disadvantage. It's a 1.
It's very obviously a 1.
You try to hyper-focus your way through this. You spend a lot of time in the security room trying to organize things, trying to repair what you can. And after a little while, your hands are shaking too much to be of any use. Some of the hosts realize what is wrong. An older gentleman carefully puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "Hey, kid, go take 5. You need a minute."
Yeah, okay.
You head back to your room.
Yeah, she's gonna, basically, as soon as she steps out, just put her headphones on and blare her music as loud as she can in her ears and go back to her room.
Okay. The emotion, even for you, is overwhelming. And once you close that door, it has to come out.
I think she's probably hit the door or hit one of the walls really, really hard with her fist.
Okay. Aurelia, you've seen a lot of dead kids in your time. You've seen what Speak as One does to kids a lot in your time, haven't you?
Yep.
This doesn't hit you like it does other people. Part of it because death is something that the hunter embraces. Part of it because death is something that you have had your entire life steeped in. But you do notice how hard it hits Benji. You notice how hard it hits Baxter and Alex. You can see it's going to hit Wraith once he stops disassociating into the void.
That's a nice rock.
We're not doing this again.
Real shiny rock.
And it's rolling.
It's dirty. It's. I like that rock. That's a nice rock.
There's no rock in your room.
One thing, however, Aurelia, you know is that this has marked a turning point. And you can feel that things are changing, not just for your team, but for the world around you. And you prepare to steel yourself for what you know is going to be a lethal, to at least some of you, fight. Do you do anything?
Probably not really, because she wouldn't know who to go after. She is pretty certain that Benji might probably go for either Kira or Chance, just because she knows that Kira is Benji's sister, and the fact that Benji and Chance are quite a cute pair. So she's not going to go after Benji. She might just observe a bit, see how people are leaving the hallway and just trying to figure out what to do next.
Okay. This is also an opportunity that you can take to go hang out with some of the other hunter hosts that are in the building if you wanted to just take some time and get to know them and understand their perspectives on the hunter. And since your teammates need a night, you've kind of got free reign to wander.
Hanging out time.
That's a terrible idea.
No, I'm hanging out. Hands off. Benji already ran into that room before, and Benji did not like it.
No, Benji didn't have a problem with it. He met it as a challenge back, and he tossed one down to them with his own attitude, so it's fine.
Wraith.
Caller you're trying to reach is not here.
Give me a flat will save.
Why you hate me?
Oh no!
I mean, at least you're not in
normal.
Just a regular will save. You're not rolling a disadvantage.
Okay, flat is just fate, right?
Flat as in your will save, not with a boost or with advantage or disadvantage, just a straight will save.
Oh, okay. Peaceful.
You have two clashing feelings in your chest right now. On the one hand, the death and the pain and the sorrow, the effect it has on your teammates, the fact that you, despite your outward goofballness, you're pretty empathetic, aren't you? You very deeply feel the things that people around you feel, don't you?
Yeah.
On the other hand, though you are now a host of the runner, you are also still a host of the End Mother. You do believe in what she is, and what she is a peaceful end at the end of a life well lived. Sometimes you don't get to live the fullest life, but in those cases, is it not better to be kind and to be comforting than it is to be final?
Yeah, that's how he sees it.
This does not hit you in the same way that other deaths have, mainly because this one was not your fault.
Hooray.
There is still a lot of emotion in you that you have not processed yet fully. You are still not doing well, particularly given the incendiary incidents of the past couple of weeks.
Listen, that one wasn't my fault. He stopped, dropped, and rolled in the wrong way.
You shot a rocket at him.
I know.
But tonight, the End Mother helps you sleep.
Yay.
You have a dreamless sleep for a night.
Oh, thank God.
Lincoln,
Hey.
how does this impact you?
That's a good question.
Roll me a will save.
Okay.
Death in Redacre is not an uncommon thing.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you have found the bodies of so many dead kids that you are almost desensitized to it by this point.
Yep.
But the reactions of your team and how deeply it affected them is something that you cannot ignore.
Nope.
You are still kids. You're still a kid. Your team, the oldest of you is Benji, and he is 19. In the grand scheme of things, you are all very young, and this is a lot for any team to deal with. But this fight's not over, and it's not going to be over for a while. What do you decide to do for the night?
The only thing I can do,
Mm-hmm.
do what I can for my team.
Okay, you make the rounds?
I am going to make the rounds, and I'm going to I am going to invoke story aspect, leader by choice, follower by spite. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to request the help of both Find Thy Voice and Lay on Hands to help me, because Lincoln's not a good talker. He's not good at motivational. He's not good at reading feelings.
Okay.
So he's going to need help to give people the choice to be ready to move on, but also the compassion to help them go through what they're processing right now.
Okay. You reach out to Find Thy Voice. You reach out to Lay on Hands. You feel them communicate with you. And as the night passes, you make your rounds. You find Kaede crying with Adam. You find Alex probably tearing apart her room.
Door locked, headphones on. So
You can hear the chaos going on inside. Probably let that one go for now.
Now I'll come to Alex. Everyone has their way of processing. I do not want to be in the crossfire anymore.
And you make the rounds for the night. You spend time with each person if they allow it. And by the time dawn arrives and everybody has gotten enough rest, the sunrise does not quite seem as bleak as you thought it might. Though the previous night was definitely a trying one, all of you still feel as though you are, in a sense, in the safest place you can be, which is all you really can ask for in the middle of a war. The sun rises, all of you get roughly a night of sleep. You may now refresh. If any of you have outstanding stress boxes, you may wipe them out.
Yay.
The only thing I have is consequence boxes still.
And you're keeping them.
Not Kira's, Benji.
I know. And you're keeping them.
There is 2 more things in specific I'd like to do as
Okay.
well as the morning comes around. One, I'm sure we'll do this later, but Lincoln does want to make a point of meeting all of like the head hosts of each of the different voices that are in the Haven right now, just so he knows the familiar faces that he has to go to whenever things need to be communicated. But the other thing he wants to do is, once the room is cleared, he wants to go check in on Kira.
Okay. Benji is with Kira. Kira is stable. She has not yet awoken. You head to Kira's room around the time Atticus goes to check in on her. You see him and recognize that he is a host of the Scholar, not the Samaritan. Atticus meets you in the hallway. Oh, are you looking for someone?
Yes, going to check on my friend. Wait a minute.
Oh, you're Lincoln. With me, please.
Right.
He will lead you into Kira's small room off of the infirmary. You find Benji here. Benji, RTD knocked your ass out after...
I figured that he probably was going to have to, because otherwise Benji wasn't sleeping.
You had a good cry and then RTD put you to sleep. Kira is stable. Her heart monitor is beeping away steadily. She looks passive.
No changes in the past few days?
Well, she's stabilized, if that's what you mean. Otherwise, no. The scholar's trying to help, but I've not heard yet what the matter is inside, only that it is bad. She took onto herself more damage than she should have rightly been able to sustain, particularly given how small and frail she is just as a person. It is astounding that she yet breathes. And I will make sure that she continues to do so. We've not been properly introduced yet. I'm Atticus Winchester.
Lincoln Roosevelt Gates.
You've met my sister.
I'm gonna inside check that.
Go for it.
Is it Krista?
Krista's last name is Winchester.
Huh? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I gotta talk to Odd. Fuck! On the list. But, Lincoln makes that, notation. Is like, oh, you're Krista's brother?
When I heard that she was heading into... He gestures in the vague direction of Redacre, not wanting to give it a name. I couldn't exactly just let her go, so I followed. I know she's already inside, so I'm doing what I can to help out here.
Gotcha. Well, it definitely is nice to have some sort of reference to the scholar. Because ours is, yeah. Is Benji still asleep?
Benji is dead to the world.
Okay.
Benji has been put down for a nap by RTD.
Gotcha. Continue.
Unfortunately, there's only 2 of us right now. The rest of us are en route, but it's a long trip. So we'll do what we can.
It's probably not my place to say it, but Kira had this. I'm trying to find the best way to put it, the way that she put it to me. She had this liminal space in her mind.
Yes, the library.
Okay.
I've spoken to the scholar. He's having a hard time getting in and out. Mainly out. Apparently, she gave out a library card. The nature of this library we are still trying to understand, but it has given us a little bit of insight into the nature of the, let's call it tampered old tongue some of you have picked up.
Tampered? What makes it tampered?
How to explain this? Think of it as an artifact embedded in a sound file. Not there natively something underneath the rest of the wavelength.
Okay.
Bits and pieces of it embedded into each piece passed around. Individually, they do nothing. But if you bring them all together and perform the correct sequence, that might activate such latent artifacts. You get where I'm going with this?
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm picking it up now.
We're trying to figure out the extent of this, but it seems to be rather prevalent throughout the radio quiet zone, so take caution when picking up more fragments of the old tongue.
Lincoln scratches the back of his head because he knows that there's a certain someone who's gonna bullrush their way to it.
Can't imagine who that'd be.
Can't imagine, not whatsoever. But he just nods like.
Not me.
No, she mentioned she wanted to invite a couple of us into that library just so they can practice some of that old tongue because one of our friends created a bomb that we used to get this place back.
Yes, we noticed. A particularly startling and effective. You called it a bomb?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that's one way to put it. The fact that you pulled it off with only, how many of you are there? 8? 10? That's astounding. After hearing from some of the others what the sequence looked like, a sequence like that should have required 5 or 6 times the number of people that you had. So, to say that we're impressed is a bit of an understatement. Just glad you're alive, but it would explain why she's in such a state.
You mentioned that your voice had issues getting in and out of there. What about a person?
I don't know how to get a person inside.
Well, I might know someone.
Is that so?
Which reminds me, I probably got to give him a phone call real quick. So, when Benji wakes up, just have him come back up to the main living room, right?
I will do.
All right. Thanks, Atticus. I appreciate it.
Certainly.
Lincoln gives one last look to Kira before he makes his leave.
Atticus proceeds to do Kira's daily check-in.
And before the large conversation, Lincoln's just going to go ahead and dial up Ambria just to get the news out of the way.
Okay. You make a phone call. It takes a few rings. Hello?
Hey.
Hey. You realize it's 4 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yeah, I know. We've
It's fine. I wasn't sleeping anyway.
Why
What's
did
up?
I have that feeling? Okay. Look, I'm gonna give you the rundown when I get the rest of the team together. We
Okay.
just had some serious drama happen here. Short of it is found some leftover infection. There was a pair of twins. There was a pair of kids that didn't make it, but they were still holding on and claiming that they didn't want to die. And yeah, it hit everyone like a truck.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But that's not what I wanted to talk to you about.
Is this something I need to sit down for?
Yeah.
Noted. What's up?
Okay. Okay. We've claimed Haven. We
Figured.
found Lillian.
So she is alive.
She's alive. She's in recovery right now. But Kira took some serious injuries before we called. She's stabilized, but she's essentially in a coma right now.
What the fuck happened?
She took on a lot of mental stress during the entire chain. Something, I'm not sure what exactly happened, but
I can tell you what happened.
What happened?
We woke up 8,300 some odd people. You guys hit a bunch of people too?
Mm-hmm.
The strain of the old tongue falls on the performer.
Yep.
When you hit a whole bunch of people, that means more strain, because you're taking it on yourself. That's why old tongue sequences, big ones, have to have massive lines of old tongue, and they run it in circuits. If you have an overtone singer, you can mitigate some of it. It almost killed me. I can't imagine how much. Fuck. There's still more than 50,000 people in the song in the RQZ right now.
Yeah, we just got an ultimatum today. So,
Oh, neat.
yeah, we're going to be starting an arms race here soon, but make a game plan with the rest of the team. But I wanted you to hear it first from me. So, in case anyone else decided to blurt it out, you were prepared.
Thanks. I can try to go into the library and see if I can talk to her. See if she's
If
okay.
you don't mind, the scholar has been making its way in there, but can't get out. So if there's a way that you can contact her in her subconscious,
Yeah, I can.
right,
I know how to get in.
right, let me know what you find in there, right? Like I'm a little concerned.
I need a sequence of the old tongue anyway. There's anomalies in town.
Great.
You remember that house in the deep woods?
You mean the one where we found Henry in?
Mm-hmm. There's anomalies around it.
Why there?
Nobody knows. But remember that the song was quiet in that area?
The song was very quiet in that area, and I mean, I
Might
know
be
that Henry
related.
did have some heavy influence with the hunter.
Yep.
Do you think that the hunter may be what the anomalies might be after?
Could be. I don't know. I know some kids went to go try to investigate and found something else in that house.
Do you know what they found?
All I heard is that it was a ghost.
They're
trying to set up other towers. That's what I needed to talk to you guys about. I told Gwen I'd contact the RQZ team to see if we could figure out a way to get something better up, because as you probably noticed, the signal sucks.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not best.
No shit.
The proxy with Pringles is just barely getting by with the new radio tower. So,
Yeah.
with Kira down, I'm not going to have a lot of mechanical know-how except for Alex. So, it's definitely a conversation we're going to want to have with her.
I'll see what I can do.
Alright. Are you okay?
No, I am not.
Do you need to talk about it? I've literally spent the past 6 hours just consulting people. So, I got room for one more if you need it.
It's just fuckboy.
Uh-huh. And what's he done this time?
What hasn't he done, really?
Given that it's currently 4 a.m., you're wide awake, and you feel like it sounds like you're about to break more drywall, I'm gonna guess it's something a little more bigger than normal.
There's something he can do that masks his presence and makes him invisible to everybody around him. I was the only person who could see him. And he threatened Percy and Kaysen if I did anything. JP couldn't see him. Nobody could hear me talking to him. Also, he's fucking gross.
As most stalker men are. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that one.
I know. He's an actual stalker with a capital S.
Yeah, Belfast wasn't that good.
But also, he's trying to help me. Prom. Prom is the recital. The recital is the next step of Red Dawn. It's when they think that they're going to kidnap the candidates and kick off the big party, you know?
And Zeke wants to help you crash that party and prevent the talking heads from actually executing everything going on in suppression with that prom.
I should probably wait to tell you the rest of this until everybody else is here.
I will.
Bad.
Yeah, we'll save it for later. I'm gonna go take a nap, and I will probably call you here in 2 hours.
All right, I'll be here.
Cool.
Later. When can you go and get a nap in?
I'm gonna go get a nap. I'm gonna go get a nap next to Lillian's gurney.
Okay. Morning comes, the sun rises, and at about 10 a.m., everyone finally wakes. Lincoln, you overslept.
Ah, fuck.
You were up all night, buddy. And as all of you wake and start to finally get up and moving, you all meet up in the common room, in your dorm.
Has Chance been released yet?
Chance is now released.
Yay.
Release. Chance has been released. He's chugging on go-go juice.
Oh, no.
Is that coffee?
It's whatever we want it to be. I do not have to describe it.
55-hour energy.
Benji is trying to take half of it. I can't believe I got knocked out by a fucking voice.
Shh. Just let it happen.
Give me the cup. Benji just kind of does a finger point up, and then it's just like, nope. He does the cutoff, and then he just reaches for the cup.
He just pushes it down like, nope. You need to hear this.
Benji is just reaching for the cup.
All right. All of you managed to get a full night of undisturbed sleep as the End Mother expended some of her strength to protect you through the night. You needed it.
Oh.
You awaken more or less refreshed, a little depressed, but overall you're alive. And right now that's enough. Martha and several other hosts come in with a large card table and several trays of breakfast. Martha kind of sighs. You guys have been through a lot these past few days. We're bringing you breakfast today.
No.
Odd arrives as well. Hi. I don't know most of you. I am Odd. I am standing in for Charlotte as she is still in the infirmary and she hit me with her walking stick today.
Oh, that means she's feeling better.
I told her she wasn't allowed to go anywhere and she hit me with the stick.
Oh, she's feeling great.
She must be feeling okay.
Benji just starts to say something, just goes to go take the coffee cup from Chance instead.
The coffee cup is swiped.
Anything he says can and will be used against him.
Suddenly, Lincoln comes through the hallway and he's panting. He's like, Good morning.
Morning, sunshine. The earth says hello.
Was that English?
Talk?
No, that was Luca, he says as he points to Wraith.
I miss her.
Yeah, you're not the only one. Hey, Lincoln just offers a very awkward wave at Odd, like, hey.
He waves again. Grace steps in on a pair of crutches. Evening, boys and girls. Or morning?
Hey.
I don't know what time it is anymore.
The sun is shiny. God, it's cresting over the tree line that barely exists. It's morning.
That's weird.
Very. I'm not used to it.
Wraith is gonna start eating because I don't think he had dinner.
Your dinner ended up on the floor as Martha used the tray as an improvised weapon.
Yes.
His dinner ended up a weapon.
Heidi is not eating.
So, yes, you are.
You sleep good, boss?
Adam is
Well
giving
enough.
Kaede a look.
Yeah,
Can I help you?
Eat.
No.
I don't care.
You're not my mom.
please take care of your personal health and stop making people goad you out of it. Just fucking eat. We don't have time for this.
Don't make me airplane you, okay? I will.
Well, not bomb.
Benji under his breath over the coffee. Do it.
Chance joins in.
Benji offers the cup back over to Chance after he probably takes about half of it.
Wow.
Floor is yours, Lincoln.
Never mind that Martha literally took enough time out of her day to make all this for us. It'd be disingenuous of us not to take it. So everyone, please grab a plate and please eat. Like, it's just a common courtesy.
You're gonna need your strength anyway.
Wraith is halfway done.
Wraith has become a human shovel.
That being said, I unfortunately have to start this evening with some news because there's more to what just happened. And I'll get Ambria on the line to talk about what's happened in said time. And he's going to do exactly that and put Ambria on speakerphone.
Hello?
Hey, what's us?
Hey.
Hi, Ambria.
Hey, Wraith. Hey, guys.
Floor is yours. And you're attacking your tower. Go.
Well, I almost died.
Stop it.
Please don't do that.
I have a brain hemorrhage, or had a brain hemorrhage. It's healing now. Krista's here. She took care of me.
Hi, Krista.
Not here. I'm in my bedroom.
Oh, Tyler, I said hi.
JP is here, but he is not paying attention.
Hi, JP.
Anyway. When we went to the tower, we performed the bomb. And in addition to almost killing me, our signal got hijacked. I don't think any of you were in town when this happened, but it had happened once before, where a mass broadcast was sent out from somewhere that was not the emergency broadcast station, depicting them executing somebody who had tried to convince them to step down. The voice has gone fully batshit. Like, Lucids are armed with crossbows and bolts. They're killing hosts in the streets.
I'm guessing that's why my phone exploded.
That might be my fault.
Was it a lucid they killed?
I was a kid. He and Suma tried to talk them into handing over power, that it was time to step down. And then he name-dropped the old man to the voice pair's face.
Oh, they really don't like that. They get pissed.
Yep.
Real
Does
pissed.
not sound like a good idea.
Do I need to roll a will save at disadvantage at this point?
Yes, you do. You know what she's talking about.
I know exactly who she's talking about.
They tried to make everyone believe that he had been executed live on TV. They didn't actually kill him. They've been keeping him as a hostage in the basement, in the vault. And that also happens to be where their override controls are for the entire radio quiet zone. So if we want to drop this bomb for real, you can see where I'm going with this.
Oh.
That's gonna be a problem.
No shit.
No, like, really a problem. I don't think you guys are gonna easily be able to do it unless you suddenly find yourself with
An ally who knows where it is?
more than that. Some of the navigation is, I think, only through red doors. A lot of the mazes like that.
Yep.
There's Chance, what the fuck did you make that thing that they were using?
What?
Oh, that deck.
Yeah. So it's a power deck, right? But it's able. It kind of works like a mini bomb, like your little sequence, but it just mitigates it for a short period of time in a smaller radius.
It lets a non-sung person go through red doors.
Yeah,
and take people with them.
It does. The problem with it, though, is that you can't exactly go to the favorite destination that you're looking for, right? So, like, you could literally end up anywhere on the other side of that red door, you know?
But it's something.
It is something, and I got at least one of each deck saved, and I've been trying to like think on like my free time, like we kind of want to get these cards into town. Like I feel like if I could leave instructions for a group of kids that are with you, or like with that little club you guys are talking about,
The Blackout
start
Club.
mass exactly that. If you start mass producing this, that's an entirely new arsenal that you kids can use against the talking heads, you know?
Maybe, but getting into town is impossible. There's only one route, and it's sometimes lethal. The only voice that knows how to get in and out right now is, well, the adversary and the Endmother.
Okay.
In Mother out here or in Mother in there?
Inside. JP pulled her in. And
Okay.
almost killed himself in the process.
You can probably hear the dirty look she gives him.
Well, any way that we might be able to talk this a little further with your guys' voices in town? See if we can find our way in, get a little smoke around going.
I mean, that's part of the reason we need to repair the tower. We've got to get that whole Oh yeah, I dropped you off at the health center. Never mind. There's gonna be a meeting with the inside and outside if we can get shit running up here.
We need to spread the signal. We need the network stable. We have such bad signal even in town that I can't imagine how much worse it is out there. We need more than that, though. We also need a way to alert everyone. Greg was talking about this a little while ago. Just a signal, something to call to people.
Martha pipes up. Yes, I spoke with my son recently. We need to steal a bell.
We're gonna rob a church later.
Philip, wait.
No.
Wait, Bell?
No, an actual bell. We're gonna
Yeah.
steal the bell from Big Town.
Harrisonburg.
From
Uh-huh.
the cathedral at Harrisonburg, yes.
Yeah. We're gonna rob a church.
I have no qualms about that.
I've always wanted to do that.
I haven't gone to a church in like years. Am I gonna catch on fire if I go in?
No.
Yes, you will.
Baxter.
Nice.
Door kicker, come on.
Considering what's happened to some of my older family members, I have no qualms.
And it wouldn't hurt to have some kind of a calling signal for people who are awake who can go. Our bomb woke up more than 8,000 people inside of town and out combined. That means that there are thousands of people who don't know where to go and need a place to find shelter. We're trying to do what we can inside, but outside we have no way to reach anybody. So it's up to you guys.
So that would probably mean there's the bell, yes, but we got to relay what that means to once ever on the outside. Because
Got to get the tower up.
You need the radio tower, yeah.
Yeah.
We can do a bell and a signal from the tower that will be reinforced. Just,
We're also going to need to run interference. That place was swarming last time.
SAO took Harrisonburg, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Nice.
They use the church as a place to make lucids and sleepers hurt themselves.
Neat.
That's just a voice thing.
That's also something that you guys need to be aware of. That causes so much physical and mental strain on those lucids and sleepers that if you hit them with old tongue that's been performed in advance, it will kill them. I found this out firsthand.
Oh.
So you cannot record it. You cannot store it with overtone singing. It has to be done live. The whole bomb is going to have to be done live. And even those of us in the vault are going to need people performing on the outside. We're going to have to sync this up. It's going to have to be... We're going to need dozens of people performing. Otherwise, it's going to kill us.
Atticus was talking about this earlier. The fact that we pulled it off with 10 people was a goddamn miracle.
There were 4 of us. It almost killed me and almost killed Kaysen. Percy and Sam are still in bad shape, but they're dealing.
Majority of us are still in bad shape too.
I can tell.
Wraith is going to lean over to Lincoln. It's like, does she know about greed?
Do I know what about Grade?
His binding's broken.
Oh, cool.
We almost lost the pit boss because of it.
What did Lincoln say?
Sorry, I said we almost lost the pit boss because of it.
No, it was kind of bullshit. But I'm here. Oh, you may want to mention what else happened.
The martyr did martyr stuff.
Again?
Again.
He's not alive out here anymore.
He's in deep shit in here now, too. Because some dumbass ran into a red door.
That sounds a little personal.
Benji just muttering into the coffee again. At least it wasn't me this time.
The Inn Mother's teaching me the binding.
This time?
But I have not fully learned it yet.
So maybe we can rebind him.
Maybe. Or reinforce it.
Well,
Make it a little new.
one of his hosts is stalking me, so maybe we can use that.
Maybe. Hey, maybe you can bind him too.
That'd be great.
Can Benji make an insight real fast to connect that that's also Zeke?
Roll it.
Okay.
You know.
Ooh. Wait,
Wait.
he legitimately is double dipping?
Yes.
He's
yes,
dual
he is.
hosting.
Uh,
He's been dual hosting. When we knocked the song out, his fucking eyes were gold.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's not a great sight, especially when you see it in the dark in an abandoned house. Not fun.
I don't like looking at him, period, so.
Well, I know you don't.
I'm snack shaped.
Don't get snacked on. So here's the
Try
big
not.
here's the other big thing. You guys heard about something called the recital?
No.
Hmm.
I don't
No, but
think
go
so.
on.
The next phase of Red Dawn is going to kick off soon. They're throwing a real big party for the candidates at prom. Plan is to take candidates and begin the last phase. And then the race to, what did you guys call it, Zenith?
Something like that.
Probably. I don't know. Yeah, Zenith.
So they're using all of the kids that you guys saw them truck out of there. They're in town. Most of them are suppressed. All of them are going to prom.
Doesn't sound good.
So we have to go.
It sounds pretty crowded.
I know. But town has been expanding.
Oh,
All the people that were in Harrisonburg, they're not there now. They're here.
Uh,
The library has doubled in size. The school has doubled in size. City Hall is bigger. They've built entire neighborhoods in a matter of weeks.
That's wow.
What was Kaede saying?
She's disassociating. He was talking. Well, the whole thing about Easy, she's not. That's something she hasn't dealt with, so she's just kind of disassociating right now.
That's fair.
She's not in a good space.
Do we know if there's any SAO disloyalists on the inside we might be able to trust?
Yeah,
there's Ishmael.
my dad.
Question, GM.
Yes.
Cyrene's conversation with Benji, does that also make you think that there's that avenue too?
Possibly.
I don't know if it's safe to, but before we lost phone signal, before we even came to the tower, my parents, I don't know if they're fully against SAO, but they're changing their mind on the voice.
A lot of people in town are changing their mind on the voice. And they're throwing support behind. Guess who?
Mm.
I have someone else I can probably ask too.
Who?
Someone I trained?
Be careful. You don't know who will betray who. Don't mention my dad, please. He's already in enough danger as it is.
I'm going to be really honest. I think you've come over for dinner and you're definitely Kira's friend, but I'm not going to mention him. Because that sounds like club business, and that's really not my thing.
It's not club business.
I'm trying to explain why it's not even going to come up. But I might be able to get something from Siren at least.
But you can, I guess. So what needs to happen next is we need to get this network up and running. We need to get the deliberative off the ground so that the voices can sync and we can get them planning the next phase.
Right.
That's being worked on. It's going to take some time.
We're trying to do what we can from the inside. The club's trying to handle as much as they can as far as getting the network stable. We are getting ready to go and try and figure out what's going on with prom because we have to stop the recital or we're fucked. Personally, I am fucked if the recital, happens. So there's that. So, you guys have something that can help us? I don't know about getting you into town, but I can talk to the old man. Maybe he has some ideas. I don't know if he'll be comfortable passing the information off again as to how to take that path, but maybe there's another way.
Can't spice up like, look, if there's a will, there's a way. If they're willing to offer it, everybody wins. It's basically the high stakes at the craps table.
There is one other way.
Either way, I'll need to find a way back into town anyway.
I don't think you guys are going to find an easy way back into town. I think if it's going to happen at all, it's a one-way trip. There's no getting out.
I have to take my chances when it comes. There's people I left behind that I'm not going to leave there.
Well, right now, it's not an option.
Right now, no. Soon.
There is another one, though. I could make a deal.
That sounds like a bad idea.
No, we're not taking that route. I'm sorry. No.
There's a couple of ways, and I can even probably ask the pit boss to help me with one that wouldn't use him.
Okay.
You can't deal with monsters.
I got bad news. I don't have a choice.
Vaxar, we're going to have to pull strings to get what we want. We're just going to make sure they don't get what they want.
It's a little bit of a problem when their political propaganda is taking over 80% of the city.
Yep.
It is, but we got to do what we got to do. If we just sit here and we lose anyway.
First things first, though. We need the network up. We need the network up. We need to find a way to get those decks into town, and then we need to stop the recital. And you guys need to find a way to call out to anybody who's out there and awake before surround sound gets to them first.
So that means getting the tower up is going to be our number one priority. After that, we'll focus on the bell. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Tower and bell.
Alex, what are we going to need to get this tower up and running?
Alex, you have a list of parts?
Yeah, she does. She digs into her bag and passes the list across the table.
All right. I'm gonna get a couple of groups together. We're gonna scope out the entire map, find some scav files, and then we'll break into different teams with the different hosts, the different chosen. We're going to get as many parts as possible to try to get this up ASAP.
There's something else I need from you guys.
What do you need?
I need everything that you know about anomalies. There are several of them in town.
Okay.
In the
we
deep
have
woods.
A sequence for it, right?
We do.
I need that. I was going to try to get it out of the library, but I don't know what state Kira's in.
It's a sequence that's not guaranteed to kill those who are too far gone.
That'll do.
Either way, it's something. So if Kira's there, Kira can show you. If Kira does not have the capacity to, I hate that I'm going to say this. Can you please ask Kira to give me a library card so I can come in and help you guys?
Sure.
I know the phrase. I've done both of them.
If you can send it to me.
I'll talk to Charlotte. Maybe some of the runners have been around. I've scoped out the place, give us a better lay of the land.
Cool.
My phone's basically wasted, so I'll have to use this one to send it to you.
Sounds good. Okay. That's all I got, and I don't know how long service is going to last because it is not stable, and the only other phone I have with service is a stalker phone. Don't ask.
I wasn't going to. I can send you my number, though. I've got one that's still on. So if you totally lose service and you need us to give you a call or something, you can at least reach somebody else.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Just, ignore the random.
All right,
I'll have to get my old tongue together too, and I'll send it to you as well.
sounds good. I'll send over what we've got. We found a few pieces, but nothing real substantial since our last field trip, which ended with some minor structural damage to the maze.
Little victories.
I wrote a Furby.
What?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Okay. You guys good?
Really?
Not really, but
And suddenly my leg is hurting.
You kicked a steel door and I watched it on the cameras.
Seemed like a good idea at
no,
the time.
You
It
probably have
was.
you probably have fractures.
It was what I was talking to you about earlier.
Oh,
The
okay.
2 kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
on the bright side, Greg's mom makes great pancakes.
Oh, hi, Greg's mom. Greg's alive.
Good. Tell him to call me when he can.
Yeah, see, little victories and pancakes.
Good stuff. Okay, well, I have to go do some research and then text a fuckboy. Anything else you guys need to relay?
Not that
Yeah.
I can think of.
Still gonna try to see if you can reach Kara.
Yeah, I'll go in a minute.
Is my uncle still around?
Maybe. I haven't checked in on him lately.
Okay, that's probably for the best. He's a little slippery.
If I remember right, he's a bit of a dickhead, isn't he?
Yeah. Yep.
Can you
But
have Luna?
if you guys need supplies, he's a bit of a hoarder. If you can get into the house, he's probably got some stuff you can use.
I'll keep that in mind. And what was that, Kay?
Can you have Luna or Percy tell Nora that I'll text her when I can?
Yeah, I'll have him relay the message.
I haven't been able to get through to her, I don't think, so. And I know she's worried, so okay, if you just tell her
Yeah,
that I'm okay.
I'll relay the message.
Thanks.
Service here sucks.
Has there been any sightings of Scarlet in town?
Not since the border fight. She left.
Okay.
That was back in January, though.
So that means she's probably fled out the south side.
That's what it sounds like. I can tell you that the other great host is in town.
Don Provolone?
Yeah. He was spotted by a bunch of club kids. Talking to different elite Lucids about some deal that he has with the voice.
I have suspicions.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Reed wants to hunt her, and we know where he is.
We know why he's in town, too. That's the cost that Fuckboy has to pay. His end of the deal for the power that he's getting from Greed is that he gives him the dog. His words.
And as much as I want that dog dead, I don't think we need that power given to Greed.
He's been an ally, even if he's not the most trustworthy of allies.
He's an ally until he gets the advantage, and then he turns on us.
Well, unfortunately, he's on a leash, and that leash is getting yanked. Anyway,
There aren't any runner hosts there, are there?
there's a few. There's a. Luna calls him Santa. Greg said his name is Boris. Luna says that he is a giant.
If you have a runner host in there, he can probably communicate with the runner hosts out here. Even though we can't see them, they're everywhere, so that could be a temporary line of communication.
Could be. I don't know if it's possible for them to get in and out unseen. I know that there's a lot of runner hosts that are protecting some of the Samaritan, but we also know that some of them have just gone missing lately.
That's not good.
No, it's not. It's the war. It's fun being teenager fighting wars, huh?
Oh, it's just a blast.
I
Fucking
want more
thrilling.
pancakes.
Anyway, you guys take care of yourselves. Keep me posted if you can.
Yeah,
Try.
we'll stay in touch.
Stay alive.
I'm
Stay awake.
trying.
Survive.
Stay awake. The
At least
phone
my
cuts.
Like,
At least
we'll
my
take
shin
this one.
splits don't hurt.
All right. You guys heard the sequence of operations that we're going to be going through for the next couple of weeks. Any questions, comments, concerns, gripes, and/or complaints are on the table now.
How are we gonna get the Lucids out of the thing so we can get the bell?
It's a good question. I'm open to suggestions.
Martha pipes up. There are several of you who are quite good at pissing them off.
I mean, yeah.
You could very easily cause a distraction. She looks at Kaede.
I mean, I guess I can do that, yeah.
Sounds like folks are going to be getting a street brawl.
I have an idea.
All right. I get very tentative when you say those words, but let's hear it.
Okay. If we can draw them away from the bell, me, Skybeam, Jean, and if Kaede can control it, we can silence the song and they'll get all confused.
I mean,
Maybe it'll buy us enough time to actually get away with the bell before the song comes back.
Wraith, I can barely even do that. I don't even know what Tid's ability gave me. Like, I don't.
You used it before. What's stopping you now?
I don't know.
Confidence.
I guess.
If we can use that with 3 people using Saboteur, we'll have a good radius and a good amount of time to use it before the stress gets too bad.
How are we going to transport the bell?
Does Alex remember the layout enough to kind of sketch a rough outline of what the building looked like and how the bell was set up there?
Yes.
So she's gonna get her sketch of or backpack out, her notebook, and start kind of sketching because she did drone recon of the area, and just sketch out the area as best as she can.
I mean, I've kind of got an idea on that.
Let's hear it.
Okay. He looks and goes, Lincoln, how do you feel about carjacking?
Black and yellow, buzz, buzz, buzz.
No, I'm thinking stealing a flatbed out from the junkyard. What we could probably do, maybe stagger the groups and stagger not just making a large area, but actually using it maybe a little bit more, I wouldn't say mean, but once they get back up, dropping them back down again. At some point, it's really hard to get back up. You get what I'm saying?
Chance just pipes up. So, wait, you're asking Specs over here to carjack a gent?
What?
Gent.
A truck, says Martha.
Is there a primer I'm supposed to have gotten?
No, look.
A pamphlet?
It's It's slang used by one of Greg's groups.
I'm gonna repeat. Is there a pamphlet I missed? Am I supposed to
I
have
mean, cars and trucks.
Is it written down? Is there a pamphlet? Is there a booklet?
Hey.
We'll get you the literature.
Sounds like we have a plan to start then.
Anyway, that actually brings up a good idea. Like we could carjack one of these lifter cars during the scav mission to build the tower. And we can use that as transportation to get the parts over here.
So
Does
you mean
Alex know what the bell's made of? Have an idea?
You might have to do some research. You're not 100% sure.
She has enough of an inkling to know, depending on the material, a simple truck may not be enough, right?
If it's too heavy, you guys might need to pick up something a little bit more heavy duty.
I figured it would probably have to be a commercial grade truck because we're going to have to be scabbing a lot of parts.
Benji is suggesting a large junker flatbed, which is not a tiny thing. It is the kind of thing you transport shuttle parts on.
Yep.
And shit like that. He's not talking about a little tiny 4x4 truck flatbed. He's talking about a commercial junker truck.
I did not know the phrase junker. I was like, oh, semis.
Yes. You're talking as somebody who works for the company that makes more actual commercial vehicles than any other company in the world. You're looking for a Western Star.
Yes.
Actually, that brings up a good point. I think there might have been one at the construction site we saw not too long ago.
Yes, there was.
So we find that we commit multiple felonies.
We could
Not
have
like
a
anyone's
team-
gonna care.
There's no one around in town to care.
I mean, there is.
I don't care, but we don't care about their opinion.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
we care about their ammunition, though.
No, there's
Oh.
actually something else we might really need to care about.
What?
Well, the fact that the voice controls this area, doing that's going to be massive sin.
Well,
Any
yeah,
action
and
is going to
the
be.
and the dogs.
Yeah, but we're probably going to really need to think about what we get caught on doing, if only to make sure that once all of the shit starts to come closing in like it's trying to close in a net, one of you guys
Oh.
pops that deck off and then wipes it off for a moment, and then we get out.
If we split up where we hit, because we're gonna have to hit the junkyard either way for more parts, maybe. We can hit one spot, use Saboteur, wait for that stress to relax, and then hit the other spot. Or separate the teams and do them both at the same time.
As long as we can create multiple pockets of disturbances, that'll actually scatter them probably pretty effectively.
But there's multiple shapes.
Yeah, but it's more of the people reaction. You don't want to get
No.
50 sleepers swarming on you again, right?
No.
So if we can divide that, even if they've got 100, 200, 300 around, they're still going to be divided and split.
Getting that truck is going to help the scavs in the long run. So that mission needs to pop off a little bit earlier from the rest so we can pick that up and make our way over to the junkyard so we can make it a swift pickup, get out of there, get back to Haven.
So
How
pick the
far
truck.
apart is the junkyard from the construction site? Because if we could pull it in one way, wouldn't it make getting the truck easier?
We could double them or double blind them.
If we woke up the amount of people that Ambria said, their forces might be a little bit thin out here right now.
Once we have some charlatans that want to spread the good word, he says as he looks at every single antisocial person here in the Dawnbreakers. This is definitely not a call out, not even to him. No, not whatsoever.
Nah, couldn't be.
Martha ponders for a moment. All right, let's do this. Odd, go and speak with the rest of the hosts of the runner. Get a scouting party together. Scout out Harrisonburg. Let's get a lay of the land, see what's changed.
Can I go?
I don't see why not, as long as you don't get caught. The rest of us will get ready to execute this plan of yours, she says to Lincoln. Once we know what we're dealing with, we can make more precise plans and prepare Haven for the potential backlash that may ensue. Sound good?
Yeah. Since I'm dual hosting, and Mother could get what I see and relay it to Alex and Baxter, we'll get a better map going.
That works.
And we can see if anything else of similar note to what we had seen downstairs is lingering or lurking.
That too, as she said.
All right. The rest, all of you, actually, for right now, rest up. Scouting party will start in a few days. We've got time. We need to prepare the base. We need to prepare ourselves. Nothing is going to happen until that point, so you are going to rest. When it's time, we will go.
Right.
I know several of you. She looks to Baxter, and then to Wraith, and then to Jean, and then to Alex, and then all of you just kind of get the look, are still recovering from injuries. So, take some time and recover. Take care of yourselves. And then we will give the talking heads multiple middle fingers. Sound good?
That works.
I was gonna go see
Well,
the
for
doc
me-
anyway. I think falling off Angelo kind of hurt my legs.
So you're headed to Medwing right after breakfast.
Yes.
Good.
I'm also out of pancakes, so I'm gonna go now.
All right. Lincoln poppers his hand out for a bro shake.
You would give him a bro shake.
Bro
Very
shake.
nice. He is a happy
Alright.
bean.
You
All
all
right.
did very well. So, you've deserved the rest. Take some time. Martha gets back to her feet with her walking stick. I'll check in on you in a little while, and we'll be bringing you dinner.
Thanks,
Take the
Martha.
day. It's a sunny day out for once. Enjoy it. And Martha hobbles out. And I think that is where we will go ahead and drop the curtain tonight.
Yeah.
Before we go, Wraith is gonna go pat Odd on the back. He's like, I'm so sorry.
Oh man.
All right.
My runner brother, I'm sorry, you got the stick.
You want a brother from one of the mother.
You
Damn.
two have known the sharp bite of the stick.
Yes, he has felt the stick. It is not fun.
I love Odd. He's so precious.
We all gotta
Alright.
go sometime.
We all gotta go sometime, man. All right. Well, today was an emotional roller coaster. Go ahead and say goodbye to chat, everyone.
Bye.
All right. That was episode 2. My God. Well, the Dawnbreakers have a big job ahead of them. They're going to have to steal a lot of things from Speak as One, who is already really unhappy with everyone and everything. That's not them. It is probably going to continue to get darker and darker as we go, but hey, at least we had a little bit of lightheartedness before things got bad. We will be back in 2 weeks on the 26th with episode 3. Next weekend will be the Misfits. I will be streaming the Misfits again. We're headed back to high school. I'm sure we're probably not going to burn the building down this time. Totally not. In any case, thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. We super appreciate you all. We will catch you on the other side. Have a good night. Stay awake.